அதுக்கு இருக்கு பாருங்க.
பவர் கட் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா டோட்டல் ஆஃப்.
லேப்டாப்பே ஆஃப் ஆகிடும், நெட்டு போயிடும். அப்படியே ஒரே ஆங்கிள் கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகும். ஒன்ஸ் அவன் இது பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சான், ஆக்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சான். கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் இன் மட்டும் பண்ணுங்க. ரொம்ப லைட்டா பண்ணுங்க, நான் சொல்றேன். Very good morning to one and all. Match between Jeppiar, Matriculation Higher Secondary School, and Omega. The semi-finals match. We have the match start time as 9:21 a.m. You can see the players are all around coming into the field. First ball of the semi-finals. Siddharth, the striker, defended the first ball. Akash we have as a non-striker here. Giant bowling the first over, starting with the dot. Again, excellent delivery. Very good line and length. Exciting two-day match here. These two teams are qualified for the semi-finals round. Oh, not a great delivery. But luckily no runs. Siddharth tried to sweep the ball but missing the ball. Excellent delivery. Time placing the ball in the right direction for a boundary. Not a great delivery. Down the leg delivery that was well punished for boundary from Siddharth, and off the mark with a boundary.
Starting off with the mainstream spinners here, Jeppiar matriculation. We had a pretty decent start here. The Omega, the bowling side. It's been a wonderful temperature here at Chennai, the Amir Mahal cricket ground. I'm a bit of impressed with the way how the captain is operating with the spinners. We're watching both the sides. The spinners were bowling, the off spinner on the first end, and now the left arm spinner is bowling and having all the silly fielders on the places. This is something that's been exciting to watch in the city crickets, especially in Chennai, Bombay, Delhi, or Bangalore, because this is something that's gonna evolve the cricket. These guys are teenagers, school guys, and they are playing a 2-day cricket game, which actually clears you that this cricket is not going to die, because there has been a debate overall a while that this cricket might be dying in a point of time, or the future generation might not pick it up for a level because of the evolution of T20 cricket, the modern day cricket, commercialization, a single night heroics. Everything is into the game, but look at the classics, look at the quality. That's because the way how the perseverance and the way how the coaches are training the cricketers. The first thing you have to understand is the respect for the art. There is an art platform for cricket when it comes to test cricket, and that's what following here. It's always a pleasure to watch left arm spinner matches for his team. There has been a belief in every cricketing side, because before some 2015 or 16, there wasn't much demand for the left arm spinners. It was a kind of evolution after 2015. The left arm spinner has been a demanding factor. Every TNPL team had a left arm spinner. Every IPL team had a left arm spinner. That actually built the winning momentum. If a left arm spinner does good, the team really does good. 2 sub 5 for 0, Jeppiar Matriculation High Secondary School. Bowling to a left-handed batsman, the off-spinners were always dominant factors. But pretty much, it's all about the limited overs format. When it comes to the days cricket, maybe it might be 5 days cricket or 2 days cricket, you have to be careful on approaching every single cricketer. You're watching some silly fielders standing over there, a slip fielder is standing over there, a typical fielder, and that's against the spin. A sweep shot in front of the wicket goes for the boundary. Beautiful stroke making here, and first boundary for Jeppiar Matriculation School with the bat of a batsman, and that's Akash scoring his first boundary today. This is something that's always interesting to watch. Look at that, because when you are facing an off spinner, you might be having a thought that you should place all the ball towards the offside direction. You should play offside as much as possible. But these kind of strokes are making the game more interesting, because playing against the spin is more interesting to watch out for. And now there were more closer fielders. The bowler might be intending to take revenge. That spin and thickish outside edge. Not much runs on the board. Couple of runs on the board here. Run out chance. Good running between the wickets, between the two batters. The understanding between Akash and Siddharth. They have to play long well, because this has been the fresh new session. This has been a fresh new day, the Friday. What all of them have in their mind would be like picking up that early breakthrough. When it comes to the Omega school, it might be picking up the first breakthrough as quick as possible within the first hour of play. But whereas for the batting side, it's not important to score much runs on the board. It's always important to save your wickets for the future, because the first hour of the play is going to be psychologically impact both the sides. In case if the bowling side is not being able to pick up more wickets in the first hour of the play, or if they went wicketless in the first hour of the play, that might be a psychological impact. That might be a big asset for the batting side. that comes the quality over that. This is why, the day crickets are always interesting to watch out for. Speak a lot about that end of 3 overs, 11 for 0. $11 for 0, Jeppiar matriculation. And you're watching again the left arm spinner. Oh, that's been a bit of extra bounce over that. Speaking about that first hour of cricket, the first point we have to discuss about this is the venue, which is exactly situated in the middle of the city at Rayapeta, the Amir Mahal cricket ground, which is one of the beautiful cricket grounds to watch the game of cricket. And you can check it out in the Google Maps. The view of this ground, it's been a beautiful venue. It's been a beautiful outfield. With the quality batters, if you push the bat so softly, you can score more boundaries here rather than going for the harder strokes. And speaking about the pitch condition, it's a fresh new hard pitch here. You gotta check it at the pitch report. It's been a second pitch using here at the Amir Mahal cricket ground. Pitch number 2 is a bit of harder and the middle surfaces are a bit of grassier. Those grasses might be offering the extra bounce. We saw that extra bounce in the first ball of this over from Sandeep. So that's gonna help the bowler to enjoy the extra bounce if you are a medium pacer. But apart from all of this, the hardness of the wicket, the believable trusting bouncers, the big shot over the mid-on fielder. That's his stroke through the long on for the boundary. Beautiful boundary here from Siddharth. I expected these kind of stroke makings because we saw 2 different kind of stroke makings. One is a sweep against an off spinner, the left-handed batsman. Now a right-handed batsman going against the spin with a left-arm spinner. Quite a bit of challenging batting attack, but that's how the modern day cricket works. We spoke a lot about the formats. Of course, the format is not dying. Still, the test cricket is on, the day formats are on. The teenagers are playing 2 days cricket. That's not a problem. But the problem here is you might be watching the following Ashes 2023, where the England cricket team is following different approach in terms of batting. We saw Zach Crawley scoring some 180s without even facing 200 deliveries. That's because of the quality of the way how the batting is evolving and the mentorship of Brendan McCullum. So this is something that's going to change. The day format cricket is going to live with some attacking stroke making intents rather than going with the soft-handed cricketing strokes. Through the back foot. Agility of the fielders looking really fresh to see. 4 overs of 15 for 0 Jeppiar matriculation. $15 for 0 Jeppiar matriculation. Oh, that's another big stroking attempt in there. And that's been a beautiful catch taken. Good running behind the ball. Great taken by the wicket. And that's what we've been speaking about. Omega are getting the first breakthrough here in this day. And that's the story of Akash coming to an end. The batsman has to depart. Wrong stroke making against the turn. And you will be criticized by everyone end of the day. Jeppiar matriculation 15 for 1. 15 for 1 Jeppiar matriculation. Now Sarvajit, the new batsman, getting into the crease. That's a big drawback here because when you have a left-right combination, especially the left-handed batsman at the opening, it's been a treasure for you. You'll be enjoying a lot of advantages on that. But the trouble here is looking at that another left-handed batsman, Sarvajit as the new batsman, with a red helmet that's been, attracting us to watch. Anyway, speaking about that, we spoke a lot about that playing against the spin, the modern day cricket, and how the test cricket is evolving. And there has been a big drawback over that, which is like when you play against the spin. For example, if you play a quality stroke and eventually you might be losing your wicket, that's not a problem. Sometimes the coaches might be forgiving what you made. In these kind of cricket matches, it's an open ground and it's an open game. You being a top order batsman and playing some wrong stroke makings, that's going to affect your future. That's the big trouble here because you are not utilizing the chance that you got very well, because sometimes if you play against the spin, those sweep shots will be encouraged well by everyone in the field and out of the field. But the drawback here is you can see someone like Surya Kumar Yadav. When Surya Kumar Yadav plays quality cricket, everybody celebrates and everybody, just encourages him. But if he fails to perform, he'll be the one criticized than any other cricketers because of the wrong stroke makings. There is no right stroke making or wrong stroke making, but there is a grammar to play the game of cricket, which is just to, save your wicket. That's the main motto for the batting. The defense over there. So in case if you take some liberty in terms of batting, that should not affect your game, because in case if you lose your wicket, you have to follow the basics. If you're not losing your wicket, you can do what you wanted to do. You can play every ball to the sweep shot until you lose your wicket. You can play all the cut shots until you lose your wicket. And that's why cricketers prefer to play as straight as possible and as grounded as possible. Just 10 more balls required to dismiss all the wickets of the innings, but it's a couple of times required for the batting side to build the platform. They need to work on that. Sarvajit is having some solid defense over the ball. I won't say Akash had a bad batting impact today. He was batting really well. He was watching the ball really well. It was a kind of advantage that he was trying to take on against an off spinner. In case if it is the other bowler, the left arm spinner, it's not going to be a troublesome factor, because he might be playing it with the turn and that's not going to affect his game. And these are all the tiny mistakes that will be watched by the experts. Anyway, we'll speak about that in next over. 5 overs of 16 for 1. Jeppiar matriculation. Sandeep continues to bowl. Again, looking at the field sets, you're watching some silly fielders. Seems like 2 slip fielders, and there is a short leg fielder. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll explain you the field sets for Sandeep. He's bowling to a left-handed batsman, a point fielder, cover point fielder. Oh, that's almost closer. A typical left-arm spinner delivery for a left-handed batsman. And bad pad gaps are making a big impact here. You should not lose your bad pad gaps when you're facing a bowler bowling in swinger or a left-arm spinner if you're a left-handed batsman, because that's going to be a minute turn which is going to impact your game. He needs to be pretty much careful on placing his bats. He should place his bats almost nearer to his bats. It's going to be a troublesome factor, or else Sandeep is looking in a good touch today, bowling to all the left-handed batsmen. And I could hardly recall that Zach Crowley innings again. The way how he played the innings, and you can take someone like Joe Root, one of the quality batters that the modern day cricket is watching, and he is trying to play those scoop shots. Not just single time, plenty of time he tried to play that scoop shot, just because, there has been a hurry-burry situation for England. Because if it is some 15 to 20 years before, that might not be this kind of effort from quality batters. And now the game is evolving. It's not dying, of course. Test cricket is not dying, but the approach towards Test cricket is slowly dying. And that's been a gentle push through the covers. A beautiful boundary through the covers for the left-handed batsman. First boundary here for Sarvajit. And that's what we've been speaking about Amir Mahal cricket ground. It's been a beautiful outfield to watch out for. You need not have much more punching strokes to score the boundary. Just a gentle push is enough. And that were the similar kind of field sets were going on. No point fielder now. The small adjustments were going on. Now the cover point fielder is standing halfway through the boundary line. And there is an extra covers fielder, mid-off fielder. When it comes to leg side, there is a mid-on fielder, a mid-wicket fielder and a short square leg fielder. And that's a strong appeal over there. Shouts over there. What have been given over there? Not satisfied with the results of the umpire. Bit of big shouts between the wicketkeeper and the fielders. They've been pretty confident that it was a wicket. The umpire stays still. Sarvajit needs to be pretty much careful as Sandeep is looking at good touch today. And speaking about this ground, it's been surrounded by trees. Wind support is there for the bowlers. At the right length to play on. Sometimes left-arm spinners often to bowl those kind of deliveries. A bit of arm ball giving a lot of width over there, inviting the batter to go for the back-footed strokes. The platform over there. Sarvajit has to be pretty much careful facing this last delivery of Sandeep. The ball is turning well inside the batsman. Oh, trying to play through the covers, and that's the problem here. Anyway, that's a save here for the batsman. Sandeep so comes to an end. 6 overs up 24 for 1. Last ball. Projected score is 360. It'll be interesting to watch. And that's been a flighted delivery, often given a lot of width to the batsman. Speaking about the evolution of format, it's happy to see the next generation taking up the longer format seriously. But what hurts a lot is this is something hurts us a lot, and that's another wicket falls. This should not be the pattern. You are losing your wicket. Siddharth, the batsman, got dismissed. 2 openers were lost their wickets in a cheap manner. Jayat picks up both the wickets, and that's another drawback here. Breakthrough for Omega School. Jeppiar matriculation is 24 for 2 now. New batsman here, Vishal, the other left-handed batsman. Now looking like Jeppiar matriculation is having a lot of left-handed batters in the crease. Now it's mandatory for Siddharth to play for a long while, it seems, because both the batters were now left-handers. And you can see that's the punishment for the batsman. If you play a wrong shot to lose your wicket, this will be the punishment given by the coaches for you. So make sure that you play the right strokes, because the mode of dismissal matters a lot for a coach. It triggers his ego. Jayant continues to bowl to the new batsman Vishal. Start off with the dot ball, because I won't be in a different perspective. I won't be in a old school mindset. What's hurting a lot is when they try to, apply these kind of stroke makings, these kind of risk-free cricketing shots. It's going to impact their future, because someone values their wicket, never plays lofted strokes that much easily in a longer format, especially in a 2-day game. The only intention of a batter should play till the end. It's not my perspective, it's the way how the grammar of the game has been picked up by all the batters. We've been watching someone like Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, or the modern day greats, or the older greats, Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid, whoever the cricketer may be. If they play in a white ball cricket, if they play the shorter format, they'll attack the bowlers. But when it comes to the red ball cricket, it's always the bowlers are the heroes, and you have to respect the bowlers to the end. And you should not give them that much easily a wicket, because imagine if you're a bowler, you might be in a thirst to pick a wicket, right? So the bowler might be in that mindset. You should not give them that wicket that much easily. And that brings the end of this over. Are getting properly. The left arm spinner continues to bowl. It's a gentle strike rotation over there. We have to speak a lot about that, because I think that's going to be running in the minds of the coach. The coach might be watching the players, the kind of stroke makings that you're offering. That's going to decide whether you're a quality batter or an ordinary batter, because everyone in this era, there have been a lot of opportunities, and everyone gets to have the knowledge of what exactly skills looks like, what exactly techniques looks like. Now you'll be infused the techniques and skills. With that techniques and skills, what you're going to do is up to the batsman. It's up to the batter's mindset. It should be taken seriously for every cricketer, especially if you're a batsman. You should not give that freedom to the bowlers that much easily. The bowler should work really hard. The bowler should work like anything to get that first wicket for him. Jayant gets easy 2 wickets on the board. He never thought the batters might be going for the big strokes, especially the last wicket of Siddharth. It's a pretty short ball, should have been punished a lot. And that spin, went as a wicket. The coaches might be disappointed a lot. That should be stopped. In the small age criteria like this, this is the time you have to utilize. This is the time you have to improvise a lot of things in the game of cricket. But at the same time, the generation that plays the game of cricket is much more important. We are not in the era of Sunil Gavaskar, or we are not in the era of Mohammad Azharuddin. We are in the era of Brendan McCullum. That's going to be accepted by us, because this is something that the format is adopting. We are watching someone like Prithvi Shah scoring 200s in 180 deliveries. We are all watching Zach Crawley scoring 100s in no time. That's because of the approach of modern day cricket, approach of coaches. I'm not sure whether the 5-day cricket is no more longer sustainable, or it's going to be improvised to 4-day cricket. But there should be some sort of quality. If you're ready to play those free-flowing strokes, you have to be ready to accept the criticism, and you have to be ready to accept the changes. That's much more important as a batsman. So try adapting to the changes, but at the same time, you have to replicate the era that you're representing, because you being a 2K kid, or you being a 2005 born, 2006 born, you have to adapt to the generation that you've been there. The generation has been in a modern day cricket. The generation has been, pretty much into stroke makings rather than going defensive, but that doesn't mean you should not compromise the quality of cricket. 8 overs of 26 for 2, Jeppiar matriculation. Vishal is going to face Giant, the wicket-taking bowler. Omega might be very happy with the kind of performance they had. Whether it's the kind of push that they had in the game, or it's the kind of way how the batters lost their wicket. Anyway, that's the result. Number speaks at the end of the day. 26 for 2 is the reality now. These two batters has to build a partnership. The beauty of the longer format is you won't have the pressure of scoring boundaries. You won't have the pressure of scoring, sort of not quality cricketing strokes. You will be enjoying your brand of cricket. You will be watching the ball. Whether you are interested to offer the stroke, you might be interested to offer the stroke. Or you are not interested to offer the stroke, you are not going to offer the stroke. That's the kind of freedom you will be getting. It's a kind of liberty to open the innings in a longer format. You can enjoy doing whatever you wanted to do in the crease. There's not going to be any kind of pressure for you, any kind of hurry-burry for you. And if you lose such a kind of opportunities, it's going to be a hardship. Anyway, let's come out of that because, it's a human error end of the day. That's always a pleasure to watch an off-spinner getting into the shape properly. After getting plenty of wickets, he'll be in a bit of confidence, in an urge to pick his third wicket today. It's a pretty decent start. Just within the half an hour of game, things have changed completely. That's a flighted one, gone for the defense. I love the way how Sarvajit is playing because its helmets were not turning. He was not, watching towards it onside. He was trying to play it as straight as possible with the still heads. The helmets were focused on the ball. It's very straight towards the bowler. In an open word, he's facing the bowler in straight forward. Look at that. Playing as straight as possible. But when it comes to the other batters, I won't blame the batters. That's a different kind of perception. It's up to their own choices. But I'd like to say that batters try to implement something by turning up their helmets. There is no pressure to score boundaries by scoring the ball in the air. Just find the gap and play the grounded strokes and enjoy your brand of cricket. That's most important. Good delivery here from Jayant. He's been on a phenomenal performance today. 9 overs of 27 for 2, Jeppiar. In case if you're joining this game, this is how the first 9 overs went for the Jeppiar. They got two openers, Akash and Siddharth. Lost their wicket pretty cheaply, especially the way how Siddharth lost his wicket. Might be an undigestible act, but we've seen how Siddharth got punished for that. So that's been coming to an equation now. You won't be making those kind of mistakes in the future. That's most important. The way how you're going to play the team cricket is always a kind of testing phase. Test everything that you wanted to do, and after some sort of age factor, you'll be knowing all the plus and minus of what else to do and what else not to do. And that's what's most important. That's been a thickish outside edge. Not a chance of boundary. Good chase here from the fielder. Stop over that. The weather is not too hot today. It's not a typical Chennai climate. And the players are enjoying to play in these kind of weathers because the summer is slowly coming to an end. But I'll assure you that every day is not going to be like this. Some days might be very, very harder. But as of now, it's been a beautiful weather to play the brand of cricket. The wickets are looking really hard. Still, it seems like a batting track. The batters try to play the quality strokes. It's gonna help the batters anyway. Especially the way how Sarvajit is trying to capitalize his wicket. The way how he's playing straightforward strokes is much more important to watch out for. And on the other end, it's CK Vishal, who's facing up the left arm spinner. It's not easy to bowl the left arm spinner when you have both of the batters as right-handers. Now you're looking at behind that fielders, behind those slip fielders, you're watching the commentary box, and that's where I was sitting behind that laptop. You'll be watching, you'll be hearing my voice. This is Bharat Sivalingam, an international commentator. Oh, that's a juicy cover drive. You never gets a run for that, you know. When you have a fielders at that position, it's a kind of same typical kind of left arm spinner fields it. Not having a point fielder, that's a bit of gamble. There was a cover point at the deep in a halfway. Extra covers a mid-off fielder and two slip fielders covering behind the stumps. So the good stroke making brings the end of this over. 10 overs up 29 for 2 Jeppiar. And now it's 29 for 2. Jayant continues to bowl here. These are all the two batters, Sarvajit and CK Vishal, trying to capitalize the momentum, not doing the same mistakes of how the top order batters did in the previous overs of Jayant. It's been a beautiful ground to watch the game of cricket as well as to play the game of cricket. The Amir Mahal, Chennai. And if you're waiting to play any cricket games at Chennai, it's been a wonderful venue to play on. And not a paid marketing, of course. Trying to play the cover drive, finds the gap. That's a good stop. It's a pretty decent outfield at Amir Mahal. In case if the fielders are not able to stop the ball, in case if the ball touches the fielders, it's going to be with a boundary anyway. They're setting up the field over there. There's a silly fielder, picking up a slip fielder and putting him over there. Two fielders wearing their helmets. That's another short fielder. Bit of typical attack over there for the new batters. The batsman might be thinking after, oh my god, we lost 2 of our batsmen to this bowler and we should not lose our wicket to this bowler again. There are plenty of, thoughts might be running into the minds of the batsman. And speaking about that, I could hardly remember one incident in an interview. Vishen Singh Bedi, the ex-Indian cricketer, ex-Indian captain, shot a beautiful moment, shot a beautiful ideology of game of cricket. That's in case if a captain puts a slip fielder or a silly fielder or a short leg fielder, sometimes it might be a game plan, and most of the times it's to alter the mindset of the batsman. For example, if you're CK Vishal, you might be wondering where to find the gap and where to score the boundary. Oh, that's almost closer. Almost closer. Wicketkeeper never expected that to happen. It's not easy to catch that ball anyway. Anyway, coming back to that, the way how Vishen Singh Bedi shared is, most of the time, in fact 70% of the time, it is to manipulate the mindset of the batsman. For example, if the batsman is might be thinking about the gaps in the covers or the gaps in the point direction. All of a sudden, when a captain puts a slip fielder, an additional slip fielder or a silly fielder, the batter's mindset might be thinking about that fielder. Oh my god, why does the captain, adding up another fielder? What would be the game plan? That's going to be the thoughts of a batsman, and that's the success of a captain. Because when you can able to distract the thoughts of a batsman, or when you can be able to manipulate the thoughts of a batsman, you have done this process. It's something that many cricketing legends believe to do. We might not sure whether how the captain is placing these kind of fielders. That might be a different kind of perspective to manipulate the batter's mindset. Anyway, brings the end of this over. 33 for 2. (32 for 2). Seems to be Sandeep is continuing to bowl. It's been a beautiful long spell between these two spinners. Two interesting aspects we can look at this. If you are, utilizing more spinners here, you could bowl a lot of overs, lighting up over that, and that could add an additional chance like that. If you could be able to bowl more. That's something most of the captains believe. In case if you use fast bowlers in these 11 overs, you might be completed some 6 to 7 overs now. That's because of the time lapse that a fast bowler takes, to complete the over. It's beautiful flick through the gaps. Fielders chasing over the ball. Good stop over that. Speaking about this man, Vishen Singh Bedi, the thought-provoking visions of Indian cricket has been half done in the 70s itself, in the 80s itself, but it's results which almost matters a lot. When you got the results right, then only the world is going to accept the fact that the strategies works really well. For example, speaking about the strategies, you could all remember that famous field set put by Mahendra Singh Dhoni to Kieron Pollard, which is that straight field set. It actually has been introduced by Mahendra Singh Dhoni in the early days, even before Kieron Pollard. That's against Yusuf Pathan, in fact, in IPL 2008 final. But what's most important is a captain with his thought-provoking ideology has come up with a game plan, but when it gets a fail is the final time when the captain gets a success. That's most important, and that finds a gap through the covers. Beautiful boundary from the batsman. CK Vishal trying to find that gap all over there in the left-arm spinner bowls. This has been a beautiful boundary. We spoke a lot about the point fielder. There were no point fielders standing over there, just a cover point fielder. Stroke looking. And the way how Sandeep is bowling has been slightly changing now. In the initial phase of the innings, Sandeep tried to bowl through the 4th stump line and 5th stump line. But as of now, looking at his line and length, the length has been altered from good length to fuller length. And the line has been into 5th stump and 6th stump. This is even much better delivery. Good to watch these kind of things happening rarely. The bowler has to do things consistently, but sometimes wickets. Delivery could never break wickets. In a longer format. Tried for the cut shot. Given a lot of width to the batsman, could have been punished easily. But unfortunate over there. Now the point field is standing over there. Bit of advantage factors. Sometimes trying to invite the batter to play on the square of the boundary, you might have a lot of opportunities to dismiss the batsman. That's a kind of invitation. Good stop over that. Good stop. Beautiful fielding from the fielder. And speaking about the Bowling tactics. We'll continue with that in the next over. 12 overs up, 37 for 2 Jeppiar. Jayant continues to bowl. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, which is a rare. It's a good stroke making, trying to attempt over that. Consistency through the line and length the bowlers were bowling. That's most important. And still Siddharth is running. He's been running more than 6 to 7 rounds. Oh, that's another strong appeal, almost closer. Bit of inside edge. And that's too, when the batter tries to play across, leg side is going to be the troublesome factor for JPR. Just don't try to play on the leg side, especially when you're facing an off spinner for a left-handed batsman, because every time when you tilt your head position, you're doing some mistakes in the ground. That's going to be altered at this point of cricket. That's why more cricketing matches were important for teenagers. They'll be understanding a lot through experience. They'll be understanding a lot through mistakes. That's most important. So, given a lot of width over there. Tried for the cut shot, finding the gap between those two fielders. And that's a good stop. Fielder, another couple of runs on the board. A Jeppiar matriculation. Which brings the end of the over. 13 overs up. It's 39 for 2. Jeppiar matriculation. Yes, it's 39 for 2. Couldn't see any third bowler so far. And it seems a new bowler into the attack. Kiran K, the new bowler. See the new bowler getting his stance pretty well. Sometimes the body language matters a lot. Look at the way how Sarvajit is standing. He's been pretty confident on his head position. I love the way how he is using his head position. And that's why it is much more important for such a batters to hold the innings at one end. Because that's what the quality that you have to build this kind of cricket. There is another off spinner, it seems. Ball over there, Kiran K. Well, these two left-handers might be under pressure, facing Kiran at one end, and at the other end it would be Jayant. I think some sort of selfishness is pretty much needed in these kind of formats. The batters has to play for their personal milestones. The batters has to try scoring half centuries every single time. These are all the factors that's going to be milestones in one perspective, but on the other perspective, anyway, it's going to help your team. The more selfish you are as a batsman, it's going to impact your team's success. Especially in a longer format, of course. That doesn't mean you have to play the 20 overs cricket for just scoring 50 runs or 60 runs throughout the 20 overs. That's going to be different pressure and different factor. And speaking about Bishan Singh Bedi, he has been one of the thought-provoking cricketers and one of the bold spokespersons of the game. Not everyone had the guts to speak out loudly about the visions towards the growth. Of course, he's a bit of old school minded cricketing heroes. What he says is T20 cricket is a premature ejaculation. That's a bit of hard sense, right? But that's what he shares about T20 cricket. He doesn't like T20 cricket. Not just him, Mahal Holding, the West Indies great fast bowler, doesn't like the T20I format. He always believes that this format is actually making the fast bowlers to die. It's actually a batters friendly format. So it's always the longer format that's going to test the patience of the batsman and going to advantage the fast bowlers much. Of course, there has been a different pressure for the fast bowlers anyway. 14 overs up 39 for 2 Jeppiar matriculation. .39 for 2 Giant continues the goal. Play as straight as possible. I love the way how Sarvajit is playing. In case, if I want to watch one thing happening today, it would be Sarvajit scoring a century. That's my big desire. But I want such quality cricket from a teenager like him. I love his head position. These are all the small tiny factors it's gonna value you. And what makes the difference is if you are playing as a cricketer, if you are having a lot of skills, because everyone in the ground is anyway going to play a good cover drive, everyone in the ground is anyway going to play a good straight drive. What matters is when to play the cover drive and when to play the straight drive is something that differs a quality batter from the ordinary batter. I think Sarvajit is having that set of potential. Controlling your mindset matters a lot. This stroke will always get surprising because that's a quality stroke making, playing with the turn, not against the turn. That's most important. You could hardly remember the wicket of Akash. The batsman tried to play it across the long on region. But when it comes to this batsman who's playing with the turn, an off spinner turning the ball and playing it through the long off, it's been always interesting to watch out for. A juicy stroke making. Anyway, that's gonna be a decent factor. 44 for 2 Jeppiar matriculation. There's another couple of deliveries to be bowled. Straight through the straight bat. As a bowler, your role should be, inviting the batter to play the cross-batted strokes, because the batters won't prefer to play those kind of strokes as early as possible. So it's mandatory for a bowler to push the batters to make mistakes in the field. As well as the part of this game, they'll be taking it as a part of this game. 15 overs up, 44 for 2. Jeppiar matriculation. Kiran will be continuing to bowl. I don't know. Quite a bit of invitation from the bowler. We don't have any fields to turn the ball and hold the plates. Can start off with the maiden over. And a beautiful start over there. You can flight the ball as quick as possible because it's not the T20 format. There won't be much restrictions for you in terms of flighting the ball. Let's stop over there. This is something, the color or the nature of the ground. Speaking about the pitch report, there were bit of grasses. You could oddly see that happening over there. The middle phase of the pitch were covered with grasses and the end phases were typical batting track. So it seems like a batting track which has a bit of grasses over there. Not a dry grasses. Dry grasses might be helping the batters to score well, but these grasses are going to surprise the batters at some point of directions. And maybe if another days goes, maybe in tomorrow, the pitch might be reacting differently. But as of now, it's going to be a genuine, trustable one until those grasses going to come into the play. That's a good chase over there. The ball has automatically started over there. Another couple of runs on the board between these two batters, good running between the wickets. A beautiful partnership between these two guys. A Jeppiar matriculation. And the field shifts are going on. Those silly fielders, they've been continuously standing over there. We saw the other fielder getting injured in the last over. Hope he's okay. Got his ball in his chest when the batter tried to play the back-footed punch. That's been foolish length delivery, offering the strokes. And that, it's a good stop again. Seems like not a boundary. Hope things are okay here. Jeppiar matriculation 50 up here for the batting side with the loss of 2 wickets. This is always a good milestone to play as a good cricketing side. 4 more runs in a disciplinary manner. Back to the game, 16 overs of 50 for 2. Giant will be continuing to play. Oh, that's been a beautiful stroke making. Couldn't get the boundary over there. Sometimes quality doesn't describe a boundary or a sixer. It's a good stroke, that's it. Even though it didn't went for the boundary, it didn't went for the productive stroke making. That's something, a kind of discipline that every batsman should have. His own mindset, of course. You should not, make your mindset to shatter and do whatever it wanted to do. You should always be in a good control. It should always do what exactly the team expect from you. These are all the factors that's going to build your caliber as a good quality batsman. And for that, these kind of tournaments were really helpful for the teams. Because look at these guys. All these guys were school guys. under 17 of age, and now they're playing two-day cricket game, almost utilizing themselves for test cricket. And that's a big initiative here from the Rotary Club of Serenity. They've been doing this initiative, making the cricketers to adapt for the test format. And that's pretty much more important to save our tradition of playing test cricket. I won't say I was a old school mentality guy, but at the same time, you have to save certain kind of traditions, and the way how the hardships were there in the previous generation should be transformed to the next gen cricketers. And we all have that responsibility. And that note, Rotary Club is doing a beautiful role here by conducting such a good tournaments. In terms of when the market is having good commercials for T20 format, Rotary Club is doing a test cricket format, which is an appreciable stuff. And look at the way how this guy is standing, Sarvajit. Everything looks like a quality cricketer and everything is disciplined. Now the second role of being disciplined, good stop over that beautiful fielding. The second role of good discipline will be discussed in the next over. Now it's 17 overs, 50 for 2 now, Jeppiar matriculation. For 2, Kiran K. Have a clear vision here. Oh, what a stop. What a good stop. It's beautiful to watch out for. Vision would be like, Sarvajit is having a beautiful touch today. And so on CK Vishal. I'll expect any of these batter. In case if both of them were scoring half century, it would be okay. But I want any of these batter to score a good score today. And that finds the gap. That is marching towards not a boundary. Good stop from the fielder. Good fielding here from Omega. They've been having a beautiful field setup. They're having a beautiful captaincy. The field sets were amazing. The way how bowlers were getting rotated. And what surprises me is I'm pretty much excited to watch what are all the medium pace attacks or the pace attacks that Omega are having. Because at certain point of time you might be thinking about it as constructive perspective. A captain might be expecting to bowl the spinners in the initial phase of the innings, to bowl more overs as possible. But at the same time, at some point of time, you might be thinking that, oh my God, the team might not be having enough fast bowlers to, fill the shoes. That might be the second thoughts. Of course, end of the day, it's up to the captain's decision. It's up to the team's decision to use what are all the resources they wanted to use. Oh, that's given a lot of it. That's given a lot of it. Should have been punished for the boundary. Not the way to bowl to the left-handed batsman. You have to pressure the batters. And that's the way you could bowl. It's good defense over there. Been having a beautiful shape here, Kiran. Every time when he rotates the ball, it's been rotating in a proper shape and landing at the right length to the left-handed batsman. Now Sarvajit facing the last ball. Oh, trying to go the back foot, couldn't get the connections. That ball to end this over. Jeppiar matriculation 52 for 2 after 18. Shahed continues to bowl his 10th over today. There is some exciting field sets for the bowler. He's hardly intending to get the third wicket for him. Good stroke making here from the batsman CK Vishal. His bat flows were impressive to watch out for. And it is one of the coolest grounds in Chennai, not in terms of temperature, in terms of the playing vibe. Speaking about, we could hardly remember the MA Chidambaram Stadium, the heart of the city when it comes to cricketing culture. But apart from that, there were plenty of grounds here. The Murugappa ground, the Guru Nanak ground, the Stag cricket ground. There were plenty of good grounds that had been maintained properly. Especially the way Stag cricket ground is maintained, it almost resembles the quality of Chepak. The pitch curator who's working there, who's the owner of the pitch, who himself a BCCA curator. So there comes the quality of a typical Chennai wicket, typical Chennai pitch. It's not easy to make a turf wicket. The Stag cricket ground were doing that. And at the same time, Amir Mahal would be coming into the tier 2 cricket grounds, which are having proper turf experience. Oh, that's a beautiful shape from the bowler. Look at the way how the line and the lengths were falling with the proper flight. Joyful to watch an off spinner or a left arm spinner getting into the crease and getting into the proper rhythm. This guy is getting into that, bowling round the wicket for a left-handed batsman off spinner. Not much joy for him rather than this. Especially the kind of shape that he's having. Look at that, look at that. Beautiful to watch it for. There's a waiting over the last ball of this over. Oh, let's see the covers. Good stop over that to end this over. End of 1953 for 2 Jeppiar matriculation. Then continues to bowl. Good shape over there, having a beautiful footwork. Stretches were amazing to watch it for. Now CK Vishal has also been in my impression list. I want both the batters to perform really well. CK Vishal, 17th. Then Karthikeyan, 3.1 overs. Made an over. It just reminds you of Moeen Ali. A bit of mixture of Moeen Ali and Yuvraj Singh we've got because of the straightforward diff punches, the way how he. But when it comes to head position, it reminds me of Moeen Ali. Oh, that's a shout over there. Not a big shot as the bowler knows exactly what the result is. For Omega Nios, Jeppiar continues to bowl. Defense over there. Now what's most important is, as long as your head position is not tilting, you're going to make miracles for your side. Oh, that's been a beautiful stroke making. The way how he's defending the ball with high elbow on position brings the proper quality. He's facing the bowler from the front, not tilting his head towards any direction, not premeditating things. That's almost good shape over there, good turn over there for the bowler. Brings the end of this over. 20 overs up, 53 for 2. Interesting to see Giant comes on to bowl again. Bowling after 10 overs, now continues to bowl. Good defense over there. And joyful to watch these two guys batting to the well left here. Cricket has been a simple game so far. The technologies have evolved, the mindset have evolved, the quality of bats evolved, quality of balls evolved. What's most important is game of inches. If you miss the length by an inch, it's gonna be a boundary. If you properly bowl the ball and the batter miss the length by an inch, it's gonna be a big wicket. That's how things are working in cricket. So that's how it is a mind game and it's a game of perfection. Good stop over there from the fielder. Ship is building here between these two batters. 31 of 85 deliveries. Both the batters are having some good partnership with each other. Long time of period. Good defense over there. Deliveries. Look at the boundaries of the tournament. Some 780 boundaries so far scored in this tournament, which clearly shows the impact of this tournament. The well lift over there. Last one more ball to go in this over. A single over the dot ball to end this over 55. Unusable another shout over there. And a big shout. It's like, how was that? As everyone knows, it's not been a thick edge. And the benefit of doubt or benefit of not having convincing results is going to be given to the batsman. Good stroke making. I love the way how he's choosing his strokes. CK Vishal, because he's been having complete control over the ball, not doing exactly what the rest of the batters used to do, but sometimes playing through the line will always help you become the quality cricketer. Okay, with that. Having that in mind, he's been adding another pressure here. Kiran, look at that. Look at the defense. Look at the soft hands. He's removing his left hand from the bat. That's because ensuring that you've been completely dominating the defense with your top hand, not your bottom hand. It's a good quality, especially when you play those soft hand defenses. It's gonna help you in a long term. Oh, that's kind of invitation. Anyway, that's a good stop over there. At a point of time, we all thought that the fielder stopped the ball, and finally we thought the ball is going to the boundary. But somewhere the long mid-off fielder came to the crease. Last ball of the innings. And it is over. This one's going to the covers. Couldn't get a single over there. Now finally there is a break for the wicket-taking bowler after the drinks break. Who bowled consecutive overs, Giant. Now Jayasuriya, the new bowler. It seems like a leggy. Interesting to watch a leggy into the action for the first time in the day. Rotary Club of Serenity is doing a bigger initiative because every eyes are on commercialization in a particular sport. The T20 format, the floodlights cricket. Apart from all of them, certain organizations are always looking upon the art form of a sport. And that's a kind of sport is Test cricket, and Rotary Cricket Club of Serenity is trying to improvise the Test cricketing ability of cricketers in teenagers here. These guys are school cricketers playing Test cricket now, a 2-day format Test cricket. It's a poor run from the bowler, but unfortunately, didn't went for the boundary. But when you pull such a kind of deliveries, we eventually thought that even though it went for the dot ball, you won't be getting satisfied with that. Just because, oh my god, I didn't do that perfectly. I did something wrong over that. That's a kind of mindset you'll be having. To control over that, this is good. This is what I was trying to say. To control over that, sometimes you'll be bowling the next delivery even much better. Just coming back on track like that. And sometimes when you bowl the poor delivery, you'll not be getting punished, which is a gentle reminder to get you back on track. That's a wristy slope. The rotation of bat over there for single. Playing with the turn, that's most important, and reaching the length of the ball. Not just, blindfoldedly making some strokes. You can't take hard on these cricketers. You can't look at those tiny mistakes of young cricketers, as these guys are teenagers, 13, 14, 15, maybe 16 years of age. An age where cricketers will make a lot of mistakes and understand the mistakes and improvise the game. So these are all the games that's going to improvise these cricketers. So mistakes are going to be taken easily. But at the same time, the impact of mistakes should be... Oh, that's a strong shout over there. The head has been rotated. It's not out. That's a strong opinion from the umpire. Trying hard to, influence the decision of an umpire. But it's too harder when you have a quality umpires on board. I won't say it's a bad thing because, influencing umpire's decision is a kind of art form which Sangakkara actually mastered it really well. The kind of shout he does in Sri Lankan cricket, which actually sometimes stumbles the umpires to eventually lift his up. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Poor delivery goes for the boundary. Good sweep shot here from the batsman. And that is a welcome boundary. Not the right way to bowl Jayasuriya here. Rana expected that. Look at that. Easy picking for the batsman. It's a kind of invitation delivery from the bowler. That brings the mainstream score here. End of 23, 61 for 2. One for 2. But Nios to bowl here. Kiran Karthikeyan. Now looking at the numbers, 54, 56. Each batters have spent a lot of time in the crease, understanding the conditions, understanding the pitch properly. Now they have the freedom to, attack the bowlers. They played a lot against Giant. They played a lot against Kiran. Now there is a new leggy into the crease who's finding it troublesome to pick up the right length. And this is the time, the batters have to take up the bowling. Oh, that's a beautiful catch. What a catch it was. We've been speaking about settling up of the batsman, and that brings another breakthrough here. Now this time Kiran Karthikeyan brings up the breakthrough for Omega. It's the story of this guy comes to an end. CK Vishal, end of the day, that's a beautiful catch taken by that guy. Hope he's okay. Look at him. He's now just getting into the form. CK Vishal disappointed, desperately getting away from the crease. 61 for 3 now, Jeppiar. Oh, there is a new batsman. Look at that name, Sachin. The name, that has been remembered forever in the game of cricket. You might be watching plenty of Sachins playing cricket just because of that one Sachin who made things possible, who made plenty of records in the game of cricket, who made Indians to watch the game of cricket. It was blissful to watch, Sachin to bat. It's been 10 years since we watched Sachin bat on batting. Start off with a good defense. It seems like he was using MRF bat, just taking me to my childhood, the nostalgic moments. Now I'm watching Sachin batting. It's been pretty emotional moment, right? For each bit of us, everyone will be having some Sachin factors inside us, or our favorite cricketers might be Sachin fans. This man, actually made this game popular in India. During his tenure, the 1995 was the time when modern medias came into broadcasting, the advertisements, when Sachin became the modern advertiser. Everything has been transformed towards cricket just because of one man, which is Sachin Tendulkar. Anyway, let's speak about this Sachin. End of 24, 61 for 3, Jeppiar. One for 3, and the leg he continues to bowl. Jayasuriya, this is another legendary name here. We forgot to speak it in the last over, but that Jayasuriya used it to bowl left arm spin, who transformed the ideology of cricket in 1996 when every team tried to play the pushings and soft-handed cricket. Jayasuriya made it harder, and Sri Lanka made it harder. They started chasing targets like 270, 280 against strong teams like India. And that's how they won the World Cup 1996. That's one of the majestic moments when an underdog team, almost bankrupted team, won the World Cup in 1996. That's just because of one man. Of course, Aravind De Silva, who's been an important batter of the tournament. At the same time, the impact how Jayasuriya made is, is highly valuable with the bat, with the ball, with the kind of intensity. It's a beautiful sight. Win the World Cup, and that's been an inspiring story to hear on how a bankrupted team won the World Cup. Oh, thickish outside. Still that extra space is that because of the sea condition in certain areas. I won't call it as a two-paced nature, but certain regions of the wicket actually reacts extra bounce. The batters have to adapt for that, otherwise they'll be under pressure. Tried for the cut shot, couldn't find the gap over there. Getting any singles. There won't be any 30-yard circles. This is a longer format, 2-day game. And the weather has been cheating with us. Now the weather looks like a breezy one. Seems like we are playing a cricket match at Bangalore. But all of a sudden, within a couple of seconds, the things were changing. It's coming back to the nature of typical Chennai temperature. It's good stroke making from, Sharvajit, not utilizing his bottom hand. 25 over 61 for 3. Jeppiar. 61 for 3. Jeppiar might be continuing to bowl. Having a leg spinner in your side will always be an added advantage. But the problem here is Jeppiar is still finding it hard to get into the rhythm. And that's another welcome boundary here for the batting side. Just a kind of invitation from the bowler to score the boundary where there are no fielders standing and targeting for the fine leg region. Sarvajit trying to set the platform bigger. I love watching this guy on track. He's having some stable, skill set. Discipline matters a lot. He's having a lot of discipline. It's kind of short selections. Look at that. Using his straight bat and going across. So many left-handed options here for the batting side. Still the opposition, the Omega, are trying to utilize the left arm spinners and leg spinners in the middle. Now Sachin will be facing a leg spinner. This is going to be even much, pressure fact. 0 of 9 delivery, yet to get off the mark, and you have to face the leg spinner. What would be the result? They might be trying to attack the batsman to put him under pressure because he's a new batter. He's yet to score the first run, and the pressure might be on the batter's head. They'll be planning to utilize that and put additional pressure to the batsman. Let's hope for the best. A leg spinner bowling to a right-handed batsman, Sachin. It's another closer one. Getting a couple of runs over there. And that goes for the boundary eventually. Oh, that's a good stop over there. And a couple of runs on the board. .66 for 3. Finally, he's getting off the mark now. Sachin. Tried it through the covers, and that finds the gap for the first boundary for the batsman. Attacking the leg spinner to go for the boundary. Not much fielder is standing over the point region. Boundary here for the batsman. These two guys have to capitalize the momentum as quick as possible. It's a welcome boundary. Jeppiar still finding it hard. Get into the track. He's bowling odd lengths. He's bowling poor lengths. Oh, that's a strong appeal. Turned down by the umpire. The umpire looks much stable. Nobody could confuse him. Anyway, that brings the end of this over. 27 overs to 72 for 3. Start off with the defense over there. The last ball of the last over went a bit of quite close call. Point of time thought that could be a wicket. The umpire was stable with his decision. Flight even gone for the good defense over there. Speaking about the spinners in action, I could oddly remember one battle Sachin is playing. We can hardly speak about that. Leg spinner against Sachin Tendulkar. It's been a big threat in the 90s for all the great batters. Shane won. It's in the air. Try to play careful, Mr. Sarvajit. We've been loving to watch you batting. And coming with that fact, the way how Sachin Tendulkar made his preparations against Shane won. It's been an inspiring story. It was oddly 1998 when India were having a busy schedules. In the middle of that, he's been getting into good shape here, Kiran. The way how he is bowling, it's been tempting the batter, to go for the defense, but never gets the proper middle of the bat. That's because of the right shape the bowler is holding on. Look at his hands, the way how he delivers the ball. That's why the batter is finding it difficult. That's quite a misfield. Could not go for the boundary, but could have been stopped over there. Bit of misfield. Watching it first time from Omega, they had some good fielding efforts. They had a good catchers. Happens in a part of a game. Anyway, that's a human error. Anyway, speaking about that, if you're youngsters watching this game, or the school kids, the teenagers watching this game, big example of a preparation should be the way how Sachin Tendulkar prepared himself against Shane won. So with that big schedule, Australia were planning to visit India for Border Gavaskar Trophy. Speak about that next over. 28 overs, 74 for 3 Jeppiar matriculation. Leg spinner against Sachin Tendulkar. The Sachin. Sorry for mentioning the names wrongly. Anyway, we'll come back to that topic. Series has been planned. Australia are visiting India. They're going to play a test series, one at Chennai, the other at Kolkata, and the third test will be played at Bangalore. The big threat for Sachin Tendulkar was Shane Warne. Shane Warne is bowling, a skiddy delivery, which is going to be a big threat for all the batters. Sachin have no problem facing that skiddy delivery. The problem was, after facing the skiddy delivery, straight away Shane Warne will go on to bowl round the wicket. When he tried to bowl round the wicket, that's going to be big trouble. That's a beautiful bowling here from Jayasuriya. Sachin plans for that. He arranges few local Mumbai leg spinners and plays with them at Bombay, but actual challenges at Chennai. So for Chennai test, before playing the first test at Chennai, he just came back to Lakshman Sivaramakrishnan, the ex-leg spinner who played for India. Played a lot against Lakshman Sivaramakrishnan round the wicket, and then eventually the game arrived. Sachin faced Shane Warne and lost his wicket cheaply. Defense over there. Now there comes the biggest inspiring stories. He drank a lot of water just because the temperature of Chennai would be too higher. He prepared himself for that. He prepared himself for Shane Warne, but things went in vain in the first innings. But right after the second innings, India were in a crucial situation of scoring a big runs in no time, and that's when Sachin Tendulkar became a monster, scoring 155 runs against Shane Warne. Continue with the 29 overs up 74 for 3 Jeppiar matriculation. Not one over that. That's how the second innings went. Sachin Tendulkar scored 155 runs and India eventually went on to win that game. And then at Kolkata scored another half century, and then back in Bangalore scored a century. Not even a single time he lost his wicket against Shane Warne in that series except that first innings. That's a quality, that's a stubborn mindset on your preparations you should have as a grown-up cricketer. I mean, these are all the factors that, the legends of India, the cultural qualities of cricket have brought to us. Not just Sachin Tendulkar, the way how Rahul Dravid prepares himself is a different inspiring story. The way how Mahendra Singh Dhoni prepares himself is another inspiring story. There were plenty of dedications came along with the preparations, and how seriously you're taking your game is something that's gonna push you up forward. Setting up the field sets over there. Dart ball over there. There are plenty of short leg fielders, silly fielders were standing. The chances of losing their wickets were also high. Just thinking watch how they're going to capitalize the momentum. Extra bounce we've been speaking about. All this on the grass, straight away it's been an extra bounce delivery. Reacts pretty well when it pitches on the green grass. It's not a dry grass. The grasses were not so much wet, but still it's a green grass. It's the ball get extra bounce over there. You could see someone like Nathan Lyon bowling in Australia, where he gets a lot of extra bounce over there. That's the typical kind of delivery you get to hear. But the pitch reacts differently. Look at that. When he bowls good length, it's been reacting differently. When he bowls back off length, it's been an extra bounce. 30 overs of 76 for 3. Jayasuriya continues to bowl. That's a well left. That's a well left to watch out for. What's most important is like the way how these kids are getting trained, because if you or playing some local crickets or gully crickets, eventually if you were given a bat to bat on, you'll be trying to go for a big sixer. Look at that. You won't find these gaps. Let's stop over there. Eventually your mind will go for big sixers. You won't be in a disciplinary manner to get the disciplines on track, to get that control over that, to get the thought-provoking batting ideologies. You have to go with a coach, you have to go with an academy, or you have to go with the school crickets, where you'll get to know about a lot of disciplinary actions in the game, because discipline is something that defines cricket, that defines your batting. One slip for the field batter. That's another miss. Adjustments of line, which eventually goes for the boundary. Unnecessary stuff here from Jayasuriya. Never expected that to happen. Been pushing the batters under pressure, but unfortunately sometimes these kind of deliveries are easing out the pressure from the batters. This is something that should be changed in a over point of time. Real adjustments might be going on over there. There is a fine leg fielder, there is a short leg fielder, there is a deep square leg fielder. Couldn't understand the field set. Bowler is admitting that he is going to bowl poor lengths. Look at that, there is a fielder, but still that goes for the boundary. A beautiful shot from the batsman. This time it was Surajit Singh scoring that boundary. Good to watch things happening for them. Beautiful stroke making here from the batsman. Just given a lot of width to the body line, not the right line to bowl on. Jayasuriya is still struggling to find his rhythm. I think he could have gone with a different angle. Could have tried some bowling round the wicket. It would be a bit of advantageous angle while bowling to a left-handed batsman. Anyway, the ball went missing. They've been in a search for the ball. Let's wait and watch. 85 for 3. That's been a big ball searching ceremony. Still yet to find the ball. It's been a replaced ball has been used here. Jeppiar have to find some rhythm. Or else, if I'm not wrong, in my perspective, I would have expected the bowler to bowl round the wicket for the left-handed batsman. That would be an added pressure for the left-handed batsman. Ball will be overturning. You won't get the opportunity to play across the shots. Brings the end of this over. 31 overs up, 85 for 3 Jeppiar matriculation. Karthikeya continues to bowl here. It's at one batsman, Sarvajit has played 78 balls today. In a test cricket, in a day format cricket, how many balls you're facing is something that's gonna say about your quality of batting. And third turn, this guy is playing really well today, Sarvajit. That's given a lot of width over that to Sachin, which goes for the bound, not going for the boundary, just a single. Anyway, that's a good pull shot over there. It's not odd to miss your line or length. That's not a problem. Every single bowler will do that. Every single bowler will have that pressure. But what's most important is consistency, bowling the right length at right time. $86 for 3. Continues to bowl here. Typical field sets. Look at the slip fielder. That's been a typical stand, how the slip fielders use it to stand. The body language matters a lot for a cricketers, right? The way how you're walking in the crease, the way how you're standing at your position, everything defines you as a quality cricketer. Sometimes your body language will threats the bowlers. Oh my god, he's gonna be a big batter. I'm gonna face a lot of pressure over him. That's the kind of pressure he'll be having. So that's why body language is pretty much important. Look at the defense. Look at the defense. It's been a turning delivery and he's been still with his head position. 32 overs up, 86 for 3 Jeppiar matriculation. $86 for 3. In fact, in the initial phase of this innings, it was like 25 for 2 in the beginning when both the openers lost their wicket. From that point of time, it's been a good revival process from the batting side. Despite of some poor decisions, that's another good stroke making. Finds the gap between the fielders. Good stop from the fielder. Good all-round cricket overall. I want such a good delivery, so not a good all-round cricket. Good cricket from batsman and the fielder, not with the bowler. Jeppiar has to find his rhythm properly. As being a leg spinner, it's going to be a big advantage for him, to thread both the batters, but not putting pressure on the batters. That's a reality. He's not, providing the justification to his genre of bowling, the aspect that he's having, one of the quality aspect, but he's not giving the justification for that. Has to bowl a lot more quality deliveries, Jeppiar. In most of his over, every single time, he's inviting the batters to go for the boundary. Rarely a good deliveries have been bowled. Look at that. Given a lot of hit to the batsman in the back foot. Fortunately, didn't go for the boundary. Jeppiar need to spend some time in the crease. Adapt himself to the different condition and pressure. He might be good in bowling. He might be bowling really good in the other day. But as of today, it's not a good over from him. It's not a good day for him. Batters are punishing him severely. Look at the numbers, 26 runs in 5.4 overs. Of course, bit of economical spill, but the way how he is losing his lines and lengths, that's too terrible to watch out for. One more to go. And what's most worrying factor is we couldn't see much variations from the bowlers. Everyone were bowling those typical off-spinner delivery, typical leg spinner delivery, typical left-arm spinner delivery. Not seeing any googlies, not seeing any arm balls over there. These kind of, I know it's a beginning phase for the cricketers. They are teenagers. They might be improvising it, but still I'm waiting for some cricketers with some early knowledge of those kind of variations. Let's wait and watch. 33 overs, 88 for 3. Jeppiar matriculation. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Rotary Club Serenity tournament between the schools of Chennai, and this has been a test cricket format. It's not a T20 format, it's not a T10 format, and that you can understand there is no commercialization here. Some clubs like Rotary Club that genuinely have that interest towards cricketers and their futures, and that's why they've been making the cricketers to adapt for the test cricket format, to get used to it. Maybe they might be playing more test cricket in the future. That might be future Indian cricketers, that might be future Ranji Trophy cricketers. It's more mandatory, to transform the taste of test cricket to the next generation. That has been done here. Look at the defense over there. A small kiddo who's been into his teens, if I'm not wrong. He's having that quality, discipline, perfection, everything on board. He's gonna make it bigger, it seems. I won't make it to be a commentator's curse, but I believe that he could make it bigger. Oh my god. What kind of words is this? When I speak about that, eventually the batter gets some distraction. He's not convinced with the kind of turn it got. That's because of the place it was pitching. Look at that. He's searching the place where it was pitching. There might be some patchiness in that area. Now the weather becomes dim, seems like raining, but never rains in Chennai, It's a kind of cheating. He's okay. Got a good control over that. Rotating his strike. Slowly Sachin is getting into the, mark. He played 31 deliveries. He was well set now. He knows the conditions better. He's playing the leg spinner. He's playing the off spinner. But what's most surprising fact is, couldn't see even a single fast bowler for Omega. Is it that they intentionally, restrict the fast bowlers from bowling today, or they don't have much fast bowlers today's game? Maybe the second option might be the reason that fast bowlers might be absent today. Are they not playing with the fast bowlers today? And that's why you're watching more off spinners, leg spinners, left arm spinners. What it actually does is, it actually sets a mood for the batters. Over a point of time, the batters might be getting used to it. They really enjoy playing those spinners again and again. Not getting much variations, not getting much pace. Oh, that's in the air, chance of wicket. Hopefully it's been landed in a no man's land. Safely gone for a single. Sachin have to be a bit more careful, or else, Kiran might be eating you up. It's been a different kind of pressure. 34 overs up, 90 for 3 Jeppiar matriculation. Start off with a good defense over there. This guy has been impressing me a lot, Sarvajit. I want him to score big runs today. Come on, Sarvajit, score a century for me. Not a biased commentator. I love watching the spin-offs of Omega 2. That's a big dilemma, right? When you love a batter, when you love a team's bowling spirit. Sometimes being neutral is the most hardest things to be. Going to be the back to help you. Oh, this man is impressing me every single bit. Right? How Chennai became a big fast bowling track to a spin track. Back into the 70s, late 70s, it was a series between West Indies and India. And everyone knows that those time of West Indies, those 4 horsemen of cricket were there. Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, Colin Kraft and the other bowlers. So at that kind of situation, when West Indies came on to play at Chennai, it was a fast bowling friendly pitch, which gave addition to the West Indies fast bowlers. They started enjoying the condition. Oh, that's a wicket. That's a wicket into the back foot. Just before a couple of deliveries, I was speaking about Sarvajit should play a long innings. Disappointments from his face. Nobody expected that to happen. That was a shocking surprise to watch happening in the crease. Tried for the pull shot, couldn't get the connection right. Slammed it safely into the hands of the fielder. Story of Sarvajit comes to an end now. 92 for 4 Jeppiar matriculation. New batsman into the crease, Mohan Prasad. Another left-handed batsman. How many left-handed batsmen these guys are having? Jeppiar matriculation. Anyway, that brings the end of this over. 36 overs up. We are going to speak about that West Indies cricket series moment in the next over. Now it's 92 for 4. And used to bowl here Mukundan. of playing pull shots, playing a grounded pull shots will always help you to score runs, not losing your wicket. The way how Savage beat the fielder comfortably, it was into the hands of the fielder. Those kind of stroke makings will put you in vain. Just you have to remember one thing, that there is no pressure to score runs here. That's the beauty of this format, and it will test your patience every single time. It's your patience every single time. And that's another beauty of this format. Just adapt to the beauty of this format. And a bit of misfield over there. Hope things are okay. Another couple of runs on the board here for the batting side. Now the believing factors were into the hands of Sachin, because we believed in Sarvajit, but Sarvajit unfortunately lost his wicket for 38 runs. Still yet to see a half century from a batsman. That's been still waiting for us. Let's wait and watch how this guy is going to capitalize the momentum. The new batsman Mohan Prasad. Mukundan continues to bowl. It's beautiful bowling. It's always been the back foot for a slow left arm spinners, because they'll always invite you for the front foot. If you try going front, the chances of losing wickets were very high. Look at the field sets. There were two silly fielders waiting for the thickish outside edge. Just listen to the pace of the left arm spinner. That's what too dangerous for them. And there were good conversations, good understanding between the fielders were going on between Omega. All the cricketers were mentally attached to each other. That's most important if you're playing the brand of cricket. It's a lovely piece of bowling here from the left arm spinner. A typical left arm spin from Mukund. Another flighter one, not got a big bounce over there, but fortunately it was a dot ball. 37 overs up, 96 for 4, Jeppiar matriculation. Touch of the Yorker here, Kiran. Mohan Prasad has to spend some time in the crease. There were plenty of times waiting outside. The only thing you have to do is waiting for your moment to score the big strokes. That's good to see. That's good to see. A good stretch from the batsman. This is something we always enjoy to watch. Front-footed defense, cover drive, straight drive, classic cut shots, pull shots, typical cricketing orthodox shots. We're always joyful to watch out for. These guys continue doing that. Look at the wicketkeeper's body language. Plenty of role for a wicketkeeper in the game of cricket, because we've been watching wicketkeeper, standing behind the stumps and just catching the ball. That's not the only role for him. He'll be having plenty of roles to speak with the bowler continuously, to encourage the whole team, to maintain the spirit inside the wicket. And of course, most importantly, sledging the batsman. There are plenty of factors that the wicketkeeper has to hold on. It's another good defense. He's having some soft hand defense, not using his bottom hand to dominate. Getting an elegant defense. That's a silly fielder. All the fielding hands, still he's having the soft-handed defense. My God, what are you doing, Mohan Prasad? Advantage of making big strokes. Anyway, end of the over, 96 for 4. Left arm spinner continues to bowl. Six four now. Sachin is spending a lot of time in the crease. He might be, doing all the ifs and buts of the bowling lineup, but have to be a bit of careful because things might happen differently. There's good stop over there, good defense. Left arm spinner. Advantage. It's always a joyful thing to watch a left arm spinner in action. Spoke about that in the initial phase of the innings. We're continuing that, there were times in the past couple of years when a left arm spinner does things properly, magic happens for the team's bowling. The left arm spinners won't just pick wickets, they'll just win you matches. That's something you rarely get into left arm spinners, even in every single format. We're watching Akshar Patel, we're watching Imad Wasim, we're watching Akil Hussain from West Indies. Those are all the modern day left arm spinners dominating the crease. Whereas back in the times when you take World Cup 2011, a left arm spinner has been one of the key factors of Indian cricket team, which is Yuvraj Singh. That's another brand of left arm spinning. When you deeply look into it, the evolution has been different. When Yuvraj Singh bowled the left arm spin, it used to be a flighted left arm spin delivery. Then Jadeja came as a bit of quick left arm spinner. Now Akshar Patel is completely bowling arm wall along with Imad Wasim and Akil Hussain. So it has been transforming. But still, the value for left arm spin just holds like the way how it used to be. That's most important. Another dot ball over there. A quick maiden over here. 39 overs up, 96 for 4. Continues to bowl here, Mukundan. That's not single runs, complete deliveries, taking up a time that requires for him to complete full skill. Right for the sweep shot that didn't go for the boundary, was a dot ball over there. And playing the cricket perfectly, there was art form in the game. There was the way how you should play this game. These guys are following that way, and these guys are following that art form. And Test cricket is still living. Look at the elbow, look at the body language, look at the bat face. Everything works in a cool manner. And that's why, the next generation is lifting up the momentum of Test cricket. Still believe, still carry on the legacy that Test cricket had for over centuries, not just decades. For 4, just a single record for the century. 100 runs mark for Jeppiar matriculation would be a milestone moment. Just a loss of 4 wickets. Just don't forget that these guys are school kiddos with such an immense quality. If they have such a quality at this point of time, imagine their quality in their 20s. And now that's 100 up here for Jeppiar matriculation. Good moment for the team. Cheers from the dugouts were going on for the team. There were plenty of contributions between the batters, all put together. Now they are 100 for 4. And an important factor is, like the left-right combination, which is much more important. Which we already spoke after the second wicket have fallen. The other right-handed batsman lost his wicket trying for the cheap pull shot against an off-spinner. It's Giant. Oh, that's quite a misfield over there. Still the mid-on fielder managed to chase down the ball. That's the thing. It's in the back. We'll be working on it. We'll be showing what exactly happens on the screen after short break. It's one of the over. It's elegant drive to rotate the strike. End is over. 3 runs of the over. 1-0-2 for 4. Jeppiar matriculation. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break. It's gonna be the new beginning. Mohan Prasad are getting into the platform. And we are gonna watch a lot of things happening in this game after this lunch break because, there has been a certain control in what they're taking as a lunch. And after a point of time, they have to get back to their own routines. They have to get back to where they left the game actually. These kind of aspects sometimes take you for a long while. You might be in a great rhythm before lunch break. You might not be exactly expecting that lunch break. Oh my god, why should the lunch break come now? Like that, your thought process might be there. But things like that happens. And post lunch, most of the people have said that post lunch there might be a batting display will be going on. Not sure why that is happening, but instinctively post lunch, bowlers won't find it comfortable. Batters, will get into a better rhythm. The run rate might lift up to 4 runs per over. Those kind of things might happen. But let's wait and watch what's gonna happen because we, as of now, couldn't understand who's dominating this game because some of the batters of Jeppiar have did phenomenally good. But at the same time, as a whole side, despite a few misfields, Omega did beautiful job today on the field. No catches have been dropped. All the 4 wickets have been catch wickets. So these kind of aspects are actually building up an equal battle between these two teams. That brings the end of this over. 102 for 4. Now Jeppiar. Looking at the bowling scorecard, look at that. Just 2 bowlers picked up wickets today, but rest of the bowlers hanged on around them. That's most beautiful part of this game. If I'm not wrong, left-arm spinner Mukundan might be continuing his spell. Had a chat visit with his father. Look at the blessings of this child, sometimes I'll always get jealous of watching these kiddos playing cricket. Mukundan's father is waiting here and watching his son in action, and his mom is watching the game in YouTube. Look at the kind of comfort these guys are getting because remembering the childhood of our times or the before generation, we used to hide our bats, balls, stumps in our houses and just throwing those products outside the window to our friends and then hanging out like just like that we are hanging outside the house, then secretly going to the ground playing cricket and coming back, sometimes getting scolded by parents, sometimes beaten up by parents. From that kind of typical parenting mindset to accepting a sport by a parent is a beautiful thing, right? A bit of skill over there. Harish, the new bowler, into the crease. Anyway, it's not Mukundan, but still, there were plenty of parents sitting on here. There are plenty of parents watching it on YouTube. I just wanted to give a big round of applause to all the parents who are supporting the passion of their kiddos. And I just wanted to have a beautiful conversation with all of them. In case if any of parents watching this commentary, this is Bharat Sivalingam speaking here. I do have a YouTube channel, Crickural, Crickural, and you can check it out, Crickural in Instagram. Kural means voice, right? So you can check it out on Instagram and text me. Please, I just wanted to make a conversation with you. You guys are real heroes. You guys are making your kiddos proud. I could never imagine these kind of improvisations in terms of parenting when it comes to accepting a sport. It's beautiful. And that is another beautiful stroke making. It's a stand and deliver stroke from Mohan Prasad. First boundary for the batsman. Just given a lot of width over there. I won't blame the batsman. It's completely the mistakes done by the bowler. Pushing hard towards the region. The fuller length delivery, which actually goes for the boundary. Eventually the batters capitalize the momentum. Anyway, speaking about the parents, I just wanted to quote that this guy is entertaining the field today. He's not giving us breaks. He was consecutively scoring boundaries. And come on, Mr. Harish, what happens to you? And that's why we spoke about that. Post-lunch, there is always a batting feast to watch out for. And now the score is in Nelson. There is a hard belief in cricketing fraternity that 111, which means which actually believed to be as Nelson score. Nelson scores will often end up as something miraculous will happen on the field or something tragical will happen on the field to the bowling side or batting side. So you have to control the Nelson or else you'll be under pressure. The batter should return the strike as quick as possible. Anyway, despite of superstitions, despite of the psychological beliefs, let's come back to this game. And dear parents, I'm going to speak a lot statements about you and your commitments to your kiddos. I love the way how parenting has been evolved over a point of time, and this guy's parents might be proud of him. Mohana Prasad, consecutive boundaries for this man. Beautiful stroke makings, Mohana Prasad. Look at that. Look at the way how he's waiting for the ball. A short ball offered by the bowler and through the back foot, cleanly punished. No man were standing over there. And that's a boundary. That is a boundary. At Amir Mahal ground now, it's 43 overs, 115 for 4 Jeppiar matriculation. Fight 4. We spoke a lot about the parenting evolution. Of course, I agree the technological transformations were two the reasons. Because parents of our time, it's not like they doesn't like the game. It's like, they doesn't have the assurity of future in this game. That's the problem. In case you were studying to prepare for a TNPSC exam, you'll be having a future for sure if you perform really well. But when it comes to cricket, there should be a luck factor. There should be a, it'll sometimes take you into deep depression if you couldn't prove yourself. So parents feared on that. They don't know the exact career path, so they feared on that. But whereas due to the technological growth, sometimes speaking like a North Indian, due to technological growth, and due to the clarity on thought process, due to the vision towards the game, there has been transparency on how cricket works today. There were plenty of cricket academies and the schools were supporting cricket games, especially in cities, not even in rural areas, even in Tamil Nadu. But most of the urban areas have promoting cricket really good today. And parents could be able to afford to their child's career. That's most important. But a kind request to all the parents. What it is, of course, your kiddos might be good talented. They might be, full potential enough to whatever they wanted to achieve. But remember one thing, just train your kiddos to spiritual mindset. That's most important in this field. There might be up, there might be down, and one day they'll be out of this world, and one day they might be at the bottom of this world. All the transitions will be happening in their entire career. Just make them to take things lightly. Just make them to prepare for everything. They have to be mentally really strong. For that, a spiritual well-being is very important for them. Of course, to handle both curricular, educational, academics, as well as sports. This time into the back foot. Don't bowl a short ball to this guy. This guy will punish you as pull shot. I love the way how Mohan Prasad is applying these innings. He's trying to rush the things quickly, and that myth has no more a myth, because everyone proves that after a lunch, the session between a lunch and tea is going to be the batter's paradise. No matter what, after lunch the bowlers might be sometimes missing their rhythm or missing their length, whatever it may be. It's somehow impacting their games. Hope he's okay. I could hardly remember, the gully cricket mentalities. If a bowler stops like this, we used to say, oh, come on, that's a good strategy. And understanding whether the batsman is stepping out or not. Alright, for the cut shot again. Hope he's okay. Hope he's okay. It's a gutsy move from the fielder. 120 for 4 after the end of this over. .120 for 4, Jeppiar matriculation. Now Harish continues to bowl. Not a good start for this guy. If you're a new bowler, just don't bowl post lunch. somewhere it's not going to help you, because rest of the bowlers bowl before the lunch session today. They had a good session, they had a good bowling experience. Despite of picking up wickets, they had some good deliveries to bowl on. Of course, bowlers like Jeppiar didn't got the proper rhythm today. But looking at the rest of the bowlers, they had some good rhythm. Now Sachin is looking into good touch as a batsman. Mohan Prasad, no words to express his form. He's been in beautiful touch today. Oh, unnecessary stroke this was. Is this what we will call it? What a catch. What a catch that was. Great efforts from the fielders of Omega. Omega never misses a catch today. Every single catch has been taken. Both the tough catches and easy catches. Every catches were taken. I'll call it as a tough catch. And that has been taken. Sorry for being as a commentator's curse. Just now I was appreciating the efforts of Sachin. And Sachin was eventually losing his wicket. Sorry Sachin, sometimes things like this happen, but things are not under our hands. We are very happy to appreciate you, but unfortunately commentator's curse happens. 120 for 5 Jeppiar matriculation. A pretty decent innings from Sachin. I think in case if Jeppiar matriculation had taken a look back at today's innings, they'll be clearly understand one fact. 90% of the wickets have fallen today were because of the mistake of the batters, not because of the complete efforts of the bowlers. That only one wicket, I think it was the wicket of Vishal if I'm not wrong, which was a slip catch. Except that one wicket, every other wickets have fallen because of careless stroke making of the batters. We had good numbers. Dominic Kishore, the new batsman, getting into the crease, the right-handed batsman. Good photo that was, having a pet puppy in his hands. Anyway, speaking about that, they have to control the wrong stroke makings, because it is very good to score some 30s and 38s after facing some 60 deliveries. But what makes you special is when you try to convert those 30s into 60s, or sometimes 60s into 100s. Of course, these batters might have scored a century in the past, but they have to continue the momentum. This kind of mistakes should be avoided in the future. The coaches might be insisting that to them. Luckily, they have a lot of technology today. They can view their innings today. A ball-by-ball viewership might be available, so they can understand what mistakes they are doing, what kind of technical errors they are doing. Everything will be available today. Beautiful delivery. Finally, Harish is coming into the touch today. Beautiful start to the over for Dominic Kishore. Ladies and gentlemen, there are plenty of dows here. You will enjoy watching those dows at Amir Mahal. But the guys are not coming near us. When I try to go near them, they are just flying away from me. Very worst dows. I'm just trying to show some love to them. They're not just coming near to me. As well of the over. Dominic Kishore have to spend some time on the crease. You have time waiting for you, man. Just enjoy your day. Oh, that's the way you'll start your innings. A boundary to start the innings, a boundary to get off the mark. Dominic Kishore is making strong statements today. That brings the end of this over. 45 overs, 124 for 5 Jeppiar matriculation. Starts off with the dot ball over there. Mohan Prasad, don't forget this man, because Dominic Kishore is making some clear-cut stroke makings, but Mohan Prasad is also having that capability. All they have to understand is, of course, they might have watched the innings of Mitchell Stark in the previous day Ashes game, the way how he capitalized his innings, because there has been a format. The middle order batsman can freely make their strokes, like the way Hardik Pandya used to do, Mahendra Singh Dhoni used to do. That's not going to work in Test cricket, correct? Wherever you come from, you have to play the authentic Test cricket form of batting. I won't blame the batters. In case if these guys lose his wicket, again the same formula how the other batters lost their wicket, that's going to be a tragical, what would I say? It's going to be a big tragedy for them. They should not do that. Let them play some quality strokes. Let the bowler bowl the best of the best deliveries. Then they grab the wickets. Why should the bowlers easily grab the wickets? Should not leave the bowlers, enjoy the wicket-taking joy. That's a big joy for the bowler. They have to work really hard for that. It should not be an easy material for them. For that, the batter should be very hard and stubborn and not losing their wicket. It's been a beautiful spell over there from Kiran. Karthikeya has been a long spell for the bowler because he's bowling pre-lunch and post-lunch, continuously bowling the guy. Still maintaining up the same rhythm. Got up last 2 wickets. Among the last 3 wickets, it was Kiran got 2 wickets. And we saw Harish picking up a wicket in the last over. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering where I'm sitting, just look at behind the non-striker. In fact, look at behind the striker. There is a laptop, there is a table, and there I'm sitting and commenting this game. This is Bharat Sivalingam. Just type Krikural in YouTube or Instagram to know more about me. That's in there. Chance of a wicket safer over there. Krikural. Kural means voice. Krik means cricket. So Krikural. You could check that. You could know me. And you can contact me over there. I was ready to have a beautiful conversation with you regarding your futures of your kids. That brings the end of this over. 127 for 5 Jeppiar matriculation. Next to bowl here, Jeppiar matriculation 127 for 5. Sorry, Omega are bowling here. The score of Jeppiar matriculation. I think Omega have won the toss if I'm not wrong. Let me cross check it and update you. 46 overs, 127 for 5. It's been a decent platform for them. Change of pace here from Harish. Just trying to tempt the batter. The last ball of his over. Boundary last time, so he might be having that in mind. Now I have to bowl against Dominic Kishore. We saw him hitting a majestic hit over the long off. This clear-cut stroke, the way how Bravo used to play the long off stroke, the way how other Caribbean cricketers used to pose the stroke, which will have some, that sound itself shows you that it's gonna be a big hit. That's the kind of impact the guy had, Dominic Kishore. Adjustments were going on. Now Harish to Dominic Kishore. Oh, he tried to make the trap again. Harish, clever boy he was. But Dominic Kishore was even much clever. He just left the ball. Previous over when he bowled to Dominic Kishore. But this time it had some complete control. That's how you should bowl. Good battle here is going on between Dominic Kishore and Harish. This is interesting to watch out in cricket because when a bowler tries to bowl his best and as well as when a batter tries to deliver his best, the best versus best happens, and that comes one of the biggest clashes in cricket. We can call it a ego clash too, How comes you can hit me for a boundary? Or how comes you can try to pick my wicket? That's the kind of ego clash which makes the game more quality. I just want these guys to battle more in the future in this game. Let's wait and watch who's gonna dominate in the next couple of deliveries. Oh no, my god. Harish is setting up the trap beautifully. He's just bowling the change of pace. Come on, Dominic Keshav, try to hit me over long off. I'm having a proper protection this time. That's well, left hand is over. 47 overs of 128 by Jeppiar manipulation. Couldn't expect the bounce over there. Not as I've expected. That finds the gap. Good couple of runs on the board. Grant continues to bowl. Good stamina for this guy. And champion having the caliber to deliver. He's been bowling, I think, if I'm not wrong, he's been bowling 17 consecutive overs. There has been a lunch break in the middle anyway. Parents of Kiran must be proud of him, proud of the boy. Not just because of he picked up wicket, just because of he maintained the intensity. He doesn't bowl any loose deliveries in this entire 17 overs. 17 overs, which means 104 deliveries. The boy bowls continuously 104 deliveries and not making much mistakes in the ground. It comes out of a discipline. What took me odd is the kind of caps that Omega fielders were wearing. Of course, that might be a team cap, I've never seen these kind of colored caps. Anyway, not in a trolling manner, don't take it seriously. Fielder chasing over the ball. Just only one fielder standing over there, have to chase down the ball. Getting another couple of runs on the board. And the most important part in this format is, it's not T20 or ODI cricket. Of course, ODI is challenging. But this day cricket, you have to use your energies precisely. You can't run for a single ball hardly. You can't run for 3 runs in the same time. Those kind of, initiatives took more energy from you. So utilizing your energy properly is more important. That's how you can maintain your stamina throughout the day and you can come back stronger the next day. Warm bath is mandatory, of course, after the end of this day. Now you could hardly check the batters running between the wickets. They've been relaxedly running between the wickets, not taking much efforts. They know how to use the energy and when to use the energy. That applies both the fielders too. In case if it is T20 format, just 3 hours of play and you have to give your 100%. This needs more mental strength. There has been a leg slip over there for the batsman for running between the wickets. That brings the end of this over. 134 for 5. 134 for 5, 48 overs. Very good batting display, it seems. Just 5 wickets in 44. That's in there. Now Harish seems like winning this battle. Finally, Harish gets a breakthrough, but not a harsh celebrations. A charming celebrations from Harish. This is what Harish has been trying to do since the last over, ever since Dominic Kishore hit a boundary on the long off direction. Now the same mistake done by the batters regularly of Jeppiar. Now this guy has to depart Dominic Kishore, 134 for 6 now. Pranav, the new batsman, getting into the crease. That's a beautiful way of bowling, you know. Look at the maturity of the bowler. Harish got it straight away in the long off for the boundary. Then in the next over, he had a safety protection over that and bowled the similar kind of delivery. Dominic Kishore went it defensively. Now in this over, Dominic Kishore wanted to hit back, but Harish came up with the same strategy that worked well for him, and that's a beautiful wicket. Ladies and gentlemen, look at these kiddos, the teenagers. I'm seriously jealous about them. Look at the way how they are using that brain in this game. I could hardly remember if I was, you know, studying some 12th standard or 11th standard. If you give me a bat or ball in the hands, I'll straight away try for the Yorker. I'll straight away go for the sixer. Not having much discipline, right? That comes when we get a proper training from a coach, when we get mentored from a proper, you know, academy or school. And there comes the discipline, everything out of passion. Still Mohan Prasad, the other believable batter. Too many believable batters have cheated me today. From Sachin to the other batters, you know, the guy scored 38. Disappointed me. This guy, Dominic Kishore, looks like promising batter, but took a wrong decision again. Now I have to look at Mohan Prasad. You know, if this guy continues to cheat me, I don't have any other way to support the catchers of Omega, because they had caught every ball perfectly, not even a single drop catch today. Now to the new batsman, there have been a big conversations were going on. Harish to bowl to Pranav. Of course, there will be much attacking to the new batter. Look at the field sets. Silly fielder over there. 2 silly fielders are standing and a slip fielder. Oh, that's not the way you should bowl to the new batter. It's like the batter looks like he already scored a century and you're going defensive against him. Anyway, it happens in a part of the game. Harish had a good shape today. He's a smiling man. That's most important. He's not showing much anger in the ground. He's not showing much, you know, desperation in the ground even after dismissing Dominic Kishore. That's a gentle character which naturally comes into. I won't say that the one who expresses a lot is a bad guy. That's a perspective, and that's a different kind of expressing their own emotions. But I love this way of expressing emotions. It's unique from Harish. Alright, it's a big shot here. This time got a good connection. First sixer of this day from Mohan Prasad. It's beautiful stroke making through the country region. Just have a look at that. Have a look at that. Beating all the fielders and going away from the ropes for the big sixer. Good to see guys scoring like this. Mohan Prasad. In no time, in fact, look at that. 45 balls, 34. I think this is the best in terms of strike rate. But you know, for a test format, you don't have much to work with strike rates. But still, this is something that describes the style of a batter. He's coming as a middle order batter. His defense look like into different shape, a typical left-hander's defense. And now he's going for the big sixers. A bit of, you know, out of control in terms of numbers for Harish. Not much economical spell, but picked up 2 wickets today. That's the quality you bring in on. Because and most of the times, you know, cricketers use it to say, when you have the capability to score a boundary, you should have the discipline to come back in a defensive mode in the very next ball. Sometimes you'll get carried away to score, you know, a couple of boundaries back to back with the effect of that boundary. Oh, that's out given by the umpire straight away, the fingers risen. LBW call. Disappointed Mohan Prasad watching over there. Harish picks up his third wicket today. Straight away celebrations. Look at that. Straight away given out. Not even a single second thought from the umpire. He's having said no's to many times today. But for this one, straight away rising up his fingers. The batsman is still disappointed, hesitating to walk away, slowly walking away from the ground. That's another wicket falls for Jeppiar. 141 for 7 now. Harish gets the third wicket. New batsman getting into the crease. Kaushik Babu, new batsman. That's a pressure now. Look at the two new batters. Both of them yet to get off the mark. 0 off 0, 0 off 1. From this situation, how can they be able to come out of the pressure? Let's wait and watch. But as far as there might be celebrations going on in Harish's home. Might be some sweets might be prepared by his parents today for picking up 3 wickets. Some sweet kesaris, gulab jamuns. Because I love this culture. Is this Chennai? The way how the culture has been transformed. Parents celebrating the kiddos playing cricket for the schools. But I'll never blame my parents. That's because of the situation and social conditioning they had and the fear they had towards our future. So then they didn't let us to go for the cricket. Sometimes I feel jealous of, why can't us not being this generation? Could have got more opportunities to enjoy. Anyway, that's a old school mentality. Comes out of last ball to go. New batsman, Kaushik Babu. I love the way how slip fielder is guiding the bowlers. You would have seen that, try to bowl to the stumps. That's what we've been insisting to the bowler. Good work here from Harish. Jeppiar matriculation 141 for 7. Continues to bowl. What kind of agility is? I just don't want to, make it as a overstatement. I'll enjoy this guy bowling again and again and again with the same discipline and control. Nathan Lyon from Australia used to do this. He'll bowl consecutive overs but with the same kind of discipline, same kind of line and length which comes out of a big hard work. When you continue to bowl after 10 overs, you'll start to bowl full tosses, you'll start to bowl, unnecessary lengths and lines. But look at this guy, Kiran Kartikeya. Look at the swag this guy is having. A coolers on his face. And just with the swag he's been bowling, look at his bowling action. And that's how it comes. Beautiful bowling display. And speaking about these two newbies, Pranav and Kaushik Babu, probably there has been a template in cricket, right? After 6 to 7 wickets, the rest of the batters would be the tailenders who just bowls well, never bats well. That has been the format so far Indian cricket follows, but that has been transforming now. We saw Mitchell Stark scoring superbly. We saw Pat Cummins scoring superbly. Some Indian bowlers too score superbly. That is something which is very mandatory. So I believe that the future kiddos will develop all the skills in them. They just don't have one specialization. Rather than going up with that, they'll just bowl as well as bat. Be strong, and 50 overs up, 141 for 7. There has been one ODI innings now, 141 for 7 Jeppiar matriculation. Needs to bowl Harish. Kaushik Babu. Much taller batter. Looks like a young guy. The young guy came into bat with full of confidence. Look at him. There are plenty of left-handers. Two teams are having different kind of advantages. Look at that. Omega are having plenty of spinners. If you want leg spinners were there. If you want left-arm spinners, 2 left-arm spinners were there. And if you want off spinners, plenty of off spinners were there. But at the same time, the big advantage that Jeppiar have is they have too many left-hand batters. That's beautiful to watch out for. This kid is having some good footwork, good stretches over there, following the basics properly. And coming back to that, they have all the balance come together. Right for the sweep shot. It's been a bit of invitation. Look at that. Not a boundary. The couple of runs on the board were running between the wickets. Those two guys. Which brings him to get up the mark. Kaushik Babu. But Pranav is yet to get up the mark. That's a different story anyway. So we thought about a lot of batters, to get their century today. We spoke about Sachin. We spoke about the left-handed batsman scored 38 runs. We spoke about the other batters to score a century today, which didn't happen. Even half century had missed a little bit. But now I have come across with a new dream. Looking some other bowlers picking up 5 wickets today. There have been a bright chances for Harish. That's very much. 800 fours in the tournament so far. It's too straight. That's too straight. This is something, the single factor that makes us to watch this game again and again and again. That's because of the quality these guys bring in. For example, if you could say me that if there is a kiddo trying to become a cricketer, I'll just ask him to watch these kind of games rather than watching IPL kind of games. Because here comes the proper basics and proper mistakes. 2 overs up, 143 for 7. And 43 for 7. And Nios to bowl Kiran Kartikeya. No break for this man. He's been one of the prime bowlers of the bowling side. And we are yet to see Giant on the action, who picked up early breakthrough for Omega. And there were 2 left-arm spinners. Mugundan is waiting for his chance. Bowled a couple of overs before the lunch. And a leg spinner, Jai Surya, couldn't get his rhythm properly. Maybe, post-lunch we'll have different aspirations. Still, Omega managed to dismiss few batters. Look at this. Two newbies. There were plenty of chances to dismiss the other batters. Partnerships might be trickier because both of the batters were new to the crease. And you just have a look at the slip fielder. Oh, almost closer. Good chance for him. This is what they call as commentators. Because boundary here. Welcome boundaries here for the batting side. And you can see me on the screen now. Hi. Good boundaries over there. Kiran Kumar continues to bowl. Kaushik, Babu. It's another couple of runs on the board. I spoke about the early breakthroughs, right? Look at the field sets. I just wanted to mention about the slip fielder with the round yellow hat. Why? Because almost closer. Why? Because he's always, guiding the bowlers and fielders to do certain things. Look at his actions. This is some on-spot innovations coming on to play. It's not easy, right? Presence of mind should be there. Everyone should focus on their own games. But look at this guy. He's focusing on his own games as well as his team's games. This is where leaders were born. And he's very agile, not a lazy cricketer. Look at this. I'll always look at him. He'll do anything he wanted to do. He always keeps himself busy. Look at that guy. Now he'll come back and ask anybody to anything. Any fielders or any bowlers. That's how he does. Good to see these kind of cricketers. It's a juicy cover drive. Good stop. Run out chance here. Quite a bit of miscue. What happened over there? Not having proper communication. Kaushik Babu has to depart. Just now came into the crease, spent a lot of time. Just got away with the non-strikers in. Unfortunate for the batsman. You got to worry for the batter. But that's the result now. 148 for 8 now. Jeppiar matriculation. Just change the name, guys. We are still worrying for that. Have a look at that corner of the ground. Kaushik Babu is getting a walk over there. Look at that. Just because of the punishment. So 10 rounds throughout this ground for making a silly mistake, or offering a stroke. He's okay. Good stop over there. Look at that guy. He's the guy I was always looking to watch. He's so busy in the ground. Brings the end of this over. 148 for 8 now. Jeppiar matriculation. Couple of fielders over there. Harish might be continuing to bowl. Now Ramalan, the new batsman. Ramalan. trying to use the same spell here. This guy, change of pace, trying to tempt the batters, trying to make the batters to misjudge the ball. And look at the field set. 3 fielders covering over there. Plenty of chances. The batsman might lose his wicket. Since he's new to the crease, had to spend some time. Both Harish Ramalan and Pranav. Pranav just faced 10 balls. Just a single run scored by the batsman. Have a lot of time to score runs. You have all the freedom to score runs. Watching the same guy completing his first laps. The run out happened for them. So that's why it is pretty much important. You have to be pretty much cautious on what you're doing on the wicket. Give your calls loudly. That's what coaches used to say. Oh, that's a beautiful back-footed punch. And that goes. What a stop. What a stop that was. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's been a beautiful stop from that fielder. He's got his complete potential over there. And a couple of runs on the board. Hope he's okay. Of course. It's gonna be a big job, to wash those white clothes. Every time after a match, you'll be getting scolded by parents for making the white clothes dirty. Sometimes my mom used to ask, why are you wearing white clothes to play cricket? For a red ball. You can't explain things to them, But the next time you'll avoid those dives. Anyway, that's what a commitment is there here. Harish Ramalan is at the strike now, near to the crease. He had some complete control. Dot ball to end this over. 53 overs up, 151 for 8. Jeppiar matriculation. Bowler. It's the same bowler. We could see some change over there. Let's have a look at that. Sandeep is back into the attack. The left arm spinner who bowled the second over today. Actually, there are 2 left arm spinners who are waiting over there. One is Sandeep and the other bowler is Mukundan. 2 left arm spinners. Omega, it's a bit of, luckiest side to have plenty of spinners to have in their sides. They can enjoy attacking different kind of bowlers. And now this is the right time to bring up the left arm spinners because both the sides there are right-handed batters were playing together. I can put some pressure on them. This is something that has been believed worldwide. Use left arm spinner for the right-handed batsman, use right arm off spinner for the left-handed batsman. Some people say it's more a myth now because batters, adapt to all the bowlers. But still, many of the captains believing in that factors. In fact, some captains, won't bring up their off spinners until the right-handed batsman gets out. That's a kind of psychological impact and captain's perspective. I could hardly remember someone like, let's come back to that later, that into the gaps over there, through the covers for the boundary. Let's just goes for the boundary if I'm not wrong. What happens over there? Was it a comfortable save? Let us wait and watch. Hope things were under control. Anyway, that's under control. Continues to bowl here, Sandeep. Speaking about that mything factor, many captains had that habit of utilizing spinners with different kind of variations. Some captains might go with same spinners for the first spell in T20 format for the first 6 overs or 4 overs. Some captains, trying to introduce all the spinners in every single over. I could oddly remember Owen Morgan captaining Kolkata Knight Riders when they had plenty of matches to play at Jeppiar due to COVID situations. They had this kind of bowling rotations. Owen Morgan used to introduce all the spinners for the first 5 overs, from Nitish Rana to Sunil Narine to CV Varun to other spinners into action. So that will be 5 overs, 5 different spinners bowling together. That's different kind of perspective. There are some captains, someone like Virat Kohli bowling up with fast bowlers at both ends in Chennai for the first 5 overs. 153 for 8 now. Within the certain gaps, there was a big sixer went away. Sorry, Mr. Harish Ramalan. Just failed to post it over there. Jeppiar continues to maintain the momentum. The tail enders and lower middle order batters of Jeppiar, they have some quality over there. Maintaining the perfection. Almost there in the air. What happens to Mr. Ramalan? He's just watching his bat. What happens to the bat? Until you middle it, nothing happens to the bat. Anyway, coming back to that, 160 for 8 now. I still believe that what I spoke earlier, I was expecting some fifer from Harish. Harish, can you do me a favor? Please get a fifer. I just wanted to see one big milestone today. Any half centuries or any fifers, fourfers were also acceptable. Discounts were applicable. Alright for the big shot, and that's an easy pickup for the bowler. No, not a pickup for the bowler. Dear Bharat Kumar, don't get exaggerated. Seems like a dot ball to end this over, or the batsman is departing. What's happened there? I've never seen such a silent celebration. I couldn't understand what exactly happens in this ground. That was a wicket, ladies and gentlemen. That has been a first slip catch, beautiful catch taken by the fielder. And that's the story of Pranav comes to an end here. 160 for 9 now. 4 wickets for Harish, 1 more for the fifer, and last wicket is into the crease. Sarvesh, the new batsman. Sandeep continues to bowl. Can he get his first wicket? Last wicket of this innings. Oh, that's another shout over there. What happens? What happens in the middle? That agile slip fielder does something innovative. It doesn't cost anything, but you know, some sort of desperation over there. You have to get to know his name. He's really, you know, that one guy who makes everyone comfortable in the wicket. He's such a kind of fielder. New batsman Sarvesh is at the non-strikers in. Now it's up to Harish Ramalan and Sarvesh, you know, to capitalize the momentum as quick as possible. Of course, the last wicket is going to fall at some point of time. But to extend that point of time is something they have to do for this side. Maybe for the next 5 overs or 6 overs like that. Maybe for the 10 overs. That'll go as an invincible, right? Let's wait and watch. But having said that, you know, Harish picked up 4 wickets today, just having 1 wicket to pick for the beautiful 5-4. Let's wait and watch. Beautiful view to watch the left-arm spinner in action. Oh, almost close, almost close. While watching, we might say, oh, this could have been taken. But it's not that much easy to take up those catches. Run out chance here. Not Kinnovan over there. Running between the wickets, between the 2 batters. This is something that brings up the last phase of this innings. A beautiful innings since the morning from 9:30 AM in the morning. It has been a beautiful batting display as well as the bowling display. Apart from all of this, you know, I love the way how Omega Field has fielded. There have been a small miscues, there have been a small misfields, but they didn't even lost a single catch. They caught every single catch perfectly. In fact, almost all the wickets have fallen because of the catch wickets. It's beautiful fielding display. As a side, they've been performing really good. And as a side, batters, you know, for Jeppiar, few batters really batted well. Few good boundaries, we've seen that happening. Apart from the scores and the numbers, look at the time lapse they took. They played for 56 overs and more to go, which is a good sign for a teenage cricketers, a schoolboys. I'm not asking any assumptions, but you know, this is pure quality. 162 for 9. Harish back into the attack. Stop. Too closer. Through the covers. I love the intelligence of this bowler because, you know, there are plenty of spinners bowl. They stick onto the basics. They did what really, you know, what exactly coaches expect them to do, or what really the basics set them to go. But this is something innovative. He uses his brain, you know, look at the tactics. Some change of pace, some balls were flighting, some balls were normal medium pace deliveries. I love these kind of bowlers because Dwayne Bravo is such a kind of bowler. You can't say these are all the skills that Dwayne Bravo having to win this game. Not like that. It's because of the mindset that Dwayne Bravo is having, the presence of mind that Dwayne Bravo is having. Likewise, I'm not comparing, but Harish is having some sort of, you know, he's using his brain to the fullest. He's making his own game plans and tempting the batters to lose their wickets. Very, very hard to handle. Expecting his 5-4, if I'm not wrong, you know, his parents, his friends and family members and all the team members of Omega might be expecting Harish to pick that 5-4. End of an over, 162 for 9. Sandeep continues to bowl. The left arm spinner into the action. What's the saddest part is we couldn't see any left arm spinners picking up wickets today. Of course, they didn't got much opportunities to express themselves. Mukundan didn't got the much opportunity. Sandeep didn't got the much opportunity. That's because of the too many left-handed batters in the batting side. So you can't use much left-arm spinners, right? Even the leg spinners are often didn't use for much opportunities. And no chance over there. Missed the easy opportunity here. Hope things were settled down there. Harish Ramalan and Sarvesh trying to extend their partnership as late as possible. At any point of time, this innings is going to come to an end. $62 for 9. Oh, that's beautiful bowling. And well up by the batter. This is what I've been speaking about in the previous overs. There have been a format, before some 10 overs before, some 15 years before. The first 7 batters would be the batters, and the next 4 batters would be a tail-enders. They won't bat properly. But that mindset has been changing drastically. We are watching England and Australian cricketers playing all the 11 cricketers were good batters. And India is also slightly transforming into that region. By looking at these, young generation, look at the way how he left the ball. Harish Ramalan came to bat at number 10 or 9, if I'm not wrong. Look at the way how he is judging the ball, the batting capacity of this batter, which clearly shows that the quality of batsmanship has been improved a lot. Likewise, there hasn't been much singular aspects for the batters. Everyone are batting too good. 162 for 9, that's a maiden over. Harish comes on to bowl. Oh, shouts over there. And that's the moment came to an end here. We are witnessing this. A 5-4 for the bowler. Beautiful bowling display here from Harish. And Jeppiar Matriculation are losing all their wickets for 162 runs. It's 162 all out in the first innings. Finally, we saw something, some milestone momentum happening today. 5-4 for the bowler. He'll be enjoying this. And there'll be speeds to be prepared for him in his house. Anyway, that's the end of this innings. Now Omega has to bat in the second innings. Whatever the score posted by the Jeppiar Matriculation, Omega has to take down over that. Let's wait and watch what's going to happen in the second innings of this game. As of now, it's innings break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second innings of this wonderful tournament. And this important game at Amir Mahal, Chennai starts off with the fast bowler. This is the first ball we are watching a fast bowler into the action because of the complete control of Omega Nios with complete spinners. They didn't have much good fast bowlers or not much availability today. The only fast bowler was a medium pacer. Harish picked up 5 wickets today. The rest of the bowlers were spinners, 2 left-arm spinners, a leg spinner, 2 off spinners were bowled together. And this is something we've been watching for the first time today. And that's why, in a very short span of time, they could bowl too many overs. Good piece of bowling over there. Harish the bowler. We saw him batting today. Harish Ramalan, if I'm not wrong. He's with the ball now. And Jai Simha, the captain of the side, and Arjun were the 2 openers batting together for Omega. It's been a beautiful initiative here from Serenity. I think this is something, some art form of mindset, right? Picking up Test cricket as a format and using school students to playing a tournament for that, which will improve the patience of the batters, patience of the cricketers, in fact. Rather than going for the commercial movements, I won't blame the T20 format, but everyone going for the T20 format, and sometimes people like Rotary Club, Serenity, bringing up different form of cricket to children's. And they were saying that Test cricket is dying, and look at this format now. The next gen is taking up the tradition back. They are playing it to perfection. Oh, beautiful shape and action. Look at the same position of the bowler. Of course, you can't have a look at that, but you could see the way how he releases the ball from his hands. Harish Ramalan is beautifully bowling today. And celebrations were going. A different kind of approach here. We saw plenty of spinners in action today. Now watching a fast bowler is a joyful thing to watch for. And there were plenty of slip fielders. 3 slip fielders are standing over there. A point, cover point, extra covers mid-off, complete protection over the offside. Good shot selection. Look at the single over there. That's the only deep fielder over there was a deep fine leg fielder behind the stumps, and a mid-wicket fielder was standing over there. In fact, he was partially covering the mid-on region. Rest of all the fielders were standing on the offside, inviting the batter to go for the cover drive, which is the traditional way of, inviting the batter to go for the cover drive. Thickish outside edge, caught in the slips. That's the format how fast bowlers work. But this cover drive goes for the boundary. What a beautiful stroke making from Jai Simha. He is getting up the mark with a juicy boundary to go. I love the way how these guys are initiating stroke makings. Stuff. Brings the end of this over. 4 for 0 Omega Nios. And there's the spinner into the attack. Left arm spinner. Mohan Prasad, the bowler. We saw him with the bat. Played a beautiful sixer at the mid-wicket region. In fact, the country region. Now with the ball, Mohan Prasad, the spinner. And that's a beautiful stroke making in the last ball of the last over. An intent to make the batsman to go for the cover drive. That intent has been utilized by the batter perfectly. And that's what the risky factors for a fast bowler, because when you try to take up the risk factors, you might be ending up with the hurtful results. Now starting off with the arm ball, easy one for the batter, running between the wickets, the single over there. A short leg fielder was standing over the batsman. Now Jai Simha back in with a strike. A short leg fielder, slip fielder. Silly off fielder. Plenty of attacks over there. two batters were the right-handed batters, of course, that has been a tradition, so I was revealing that kind of mindset would be there. He looks like a complete quality batter. Jaisima, the body language, the arm guard. We used to have the thought, who are the batters using arm guard will have some extra quality, will have some extra perfection. And that's true. Look at his hand position, look at his elbows. The one who uses the elbow perfectly uses the arm guard just to control the injury protection. Now it's time to enjoy this man's classy batting. Just enjoy Jaisima's batting. This time through the back foot. He's punishing the bowlers, He's not a complete test cricketer. He's having the skill, he's having the technique. He's classic to watch out for, but at the same time, he's a busy cricketer. Jaisima, the batsman. Of course, the parents of Jaisima, families of Jaisima might be watching. Just show your response in the comment box. This man is impressing us. Look at that style he's having. By God's grace, some cricketers will have that natural talent and some perfection in them. Jaisima's having that. Just a run up is over for Arjun. That single is got off the mark. Last ball for Jaisima. Again through the back foot. I just don't want to compare, but I should say this. This guy is replicating Ajinkya Rahane's batting style, especially when he plays in the back foot. That's naturally coming to him. Anyway, that brings the end of this over. 7-0 Omega Nios. Harish Ramanan continues to bowl. Another typical fast bowler's fields at same kind of fields at 3 slip fielders. In fact, 2 slip fielders, one at the gully. Mid-off, extra covers, cover point and point fielders were standing over there. And whereas on the leg side, there are only 2 fielders were standing, one at the deep fine leg and the other at the mid-wicket, covering both mid and mid-wicket. Straight away Yorker attempt here for Arjun. Arjun's mind-wise might be like, that guy hit a cover drive on you, and you've been having a revenge on me. That would be the mindset of Arjun, because Arjun is yet to start his innings, just a single for him, whereas Jaisima is already enjoying his brand of cricket. And still there are gaps for the cover drive. Something, like they'll be tempting the batters to go for that, but more chances to get the thickish outside edge. For that, he'll be doing that. Good use of hands here, good strike rotation between the 2 batters. Speaking about strike rotation, many cricketing greats believes that strike rotation is the key factor to build the big innings. Because there were some psychological impacts on that. The best place you could get yourself comfort on the ground as a batsman is at the non-strikers end. So many legends like Virat Kohli, Gautam Gambhir on the initial phase of their innings, they used to rotate the strike often, regularly, so that they could spend more time on the non-strikers end and get themselves in a settled mindset that could take them forward to the innings. That's one sort of a mature way of understanding things. That's beautiful to watch out for. What a stroke that was. What a stroke that was. And that goes for the boundary. Again, he's been replicating Ajinkya Rahane as well as Sachin Tendulkar. The straight drive, one of the greatest shots ever to watch in the game of cricket. Hey Simma, where are you from, man? You're just showing complete class over here. And this is what something, we can have a lot of arguments over there. Skills doesn't matter, techniques doesn't matter. End of the day, results matters. If you're having poor skills but still couldn't be able to manage, to score runs on the board, you're a batsman. Of course, that's true. But sometimes when these kind of batters comes on to crease and show complete class, those wordings are getting broken. Just imagine, some batsman with average skills and scoring boundaries, and just compare that with this straight drive, it's out of the world. Trying for that again, couldn't get the combination. Still the cheers are going on. He's an entertainer, it seems, Jaisimha. He won't get himself rest over that. He's a busy cricketer. Trying for the strokes every single ball. Speaking about that, quality of batting, apart from the quality of batting, mindset that you're having in the crease is most important. He's not making much mistakes. He's not making strokes in the air. Look at that. That's a fielder in the deep anyway. But he's not making the strokes in that. That's most important. I'm not going to compare here, but sometimes when you try to play the strokes in the air or lofted shots, you'll end up losing your wicket, like the way how it happened in the first innings. Even in the first innings, you have plenty of batters played good knock for the batting side. The Jeppiar matriculation. Anyway, they're continuing to hold here. Omega Nios 13 for 0. Arjun back on strike. Oh, it's a kind of invitation from the bowler. Come on, hit me over for the pull shot. And the batsman miscued it for the fine leg. Didn't got the connection better, but got a couple of runs on the board. 2 runs for Arjun. And that's a very poor way of bowling for the last ball. 13 for 0. 15 for 0. Omega Nios. Zero. Omega Nios. It's the ball. Mohan Prasad to Jaisimha. Oh, again and again. I just don't want to repeat this, but this guy resembles Ajinkya Rahane in many strokes, especially when he plays in the back foot. How comes, a teenager can get this much class in himself? It's a lot of preparation, a lot of practice. That's a good bit of misfield. You can't blame the fielder, but that goes for the boundary. Beautiful stroke making from the batsman. Again, Jaisimha is in commandable position today. Bit of closer fielder he was. He couldn't have the momentum to stop the ball going for the boundary. For 0. Oh, what a great use of the wrist over there. And this time into the onside. Just take a look back at that stroke. He stepped out and had gone for the stroke. Just reaching the pitch. Look at that. Oh, look at the body language. He's a complete cricketer. $23 for 0. Omega Nios. I can't strike this guy. Jaisimha. That's well left, We spoke about this in the first innings too, right? When you are scoring a boundary, you should not get carried away with that. Sometimes it will give you a lot of joy, but you should come back to the original position. You should be defensive. That's the way discipline comes into the play. $19 of 19. He's a busy cricketer, I repeat. A mixture of Prithvi Shaw and Ajinkya Rahane. Prithvi Shaw's action and Ajinkya Rahane's skill set mix up together. Tried for the cut shot. couldn't get the momentum into the hands of the fielder. And that brings the end of this over. 23 for 0, Omega Nios. Twenty-three for 0. That's a new bowler into the crease. That's the difference, Two different captains approaching the games into two different ways. We saw in the first innings, Omega bowlers, same bowlers bowling for the first 11 to 12 overs. But whereas look at here, it's the 5th over and that's a third bowler into the attack. Sarvesh, the new bowler. And that's another fast bowler into the attack. That's a bit of desperation for the captain to make some impact as early as possible. Especially the way how JC was putting the pressure on the bowlers. That makes the captain to, make some different decisions as quick as possible. He can't be stable with what he was bowling. He can't be stable with the decision that he was taken in the early of the innings because of the desperation that's been brought by the batter. It's too hard, being a captain of the side. You have to manage everything. You have to understand the bowler's mentality. You have to understand the batter's mindset. It's not the regular Chennai temperature. Again, it's get back to Bangalore. Sometimes getting back to Bangalore and sometimes getting back to Rajasthan. Chennai is showing some different kind of weather today. Bit of signs of raining too, but not expecting that, for forecasting. It has mentioned tomorrow would be raining, not today. It's been a beautiful stroke making. Checks properly. Couldn't see any bit of body language difference from the batters. When I see the first innings, when these guys are batting, the Jeppiar matriculation were batting, some sort of desperation, some sort of, a bit of confusions were happened between the batters while facing some spinners. But here it seems like a clear-cut batting display, and that's how the pitch exactly reacts. It's a hard wicket, but still it's a batting track. It's because they've used plenty of spinners. Oh, that's in the air. Connection. Maybe, batters of Jeppiar couldn't get the proper momentum that these guys are getting. A fast bowler just bowling straight to the pads or to the front line, and you'll be going for the cover decks and straighters. That's always joy to enjoy. Which Jeppiar batters couldn't get today because of plenty of spinners bowling to make up. But still, they have to maintain the caliber. I couldn't see any hears, any shoutings going on the field. There wasn't hardly no shouts over there for Jeppiar cricketers. Of course, there have been small shouts were going, but most of those guys, they've been like mentally a bit of down over there, not showing the enthu, not showing the energy, except a few cricketers, except a few fielders. The man at second slip is enjoying a lot. He's been shouting a lot. He's been, guiding the cricketers. Now a bit of claps were going on. Seems like they've been hearing my commentary. Straight away tries for the Yorker. Garnett has a full toss. And brings the end of this over. 23 for 0. taking some breaks over there. Some hydration breaks were going on. It's gonna be a short break. Let's wait for that. And is to bowl here, Mohan Prasad. Shots over there. You know, it's always desperation, right? You know, when you couldn't be able to pick the wicket as early as you could be, you'll be under pressure. Spoke about the first 1 hour of the game in the early morning. Like the early breakthroughs will always give some psychological impact to the bowling side. That's a bit of confidence, a kind of liberation. Thickish outside edge. You can't call that a miscued shot. Was for the boundary. It's a pre-planned stroke making from the batsman. Just waiting for the ball to turn around him. I just glided it towards the third mat region for the boundary. This is a batting phase now. We saw the spin feast early in the morning. Now this becomes a batting feast. Just enjoying every bit of it. 36 for 0, Omega Nios. What's the beauty of it is, you know, Jaisima is playing a different brand of cricket and Arjun is playing a different brand of cricket. Now both the bowlers have to adapt according to both the batters. It's going to be different pressure for them. Oh, hope he's okay. Bit of injury over there for the bowler. Sorry, for the fielder. That is a background. So Amir here that. A laptop is over there and that's where we've been doing our commentary. Showing my hands over there. Taking some break, some injury concern. Because of the stroke, you know, he played to take some break over there, injury for a fielder. Was standing at the silly point position. Let's come after short break. still yet to get a first wicket, 37 for 0. Omega Nios tried all the bowlers, prime bowlers tried their best so far, couldn't get the breakthrough. I think this is something, backing up their confidence. They should make a meeting, drinks break or, a strategic break, and make their meeting and make themselves under confidence to get against these batters, because it is something that's going to make you under pressure. The first 1 hour of play is going to be crucial. What's most important is even the Jeppiar batters, try to attack the bowlers, try to go for the big shots, but the initial breakthrough came for the Omega. But whereas Omega is also trying to become the busy cricketers, trying to go for the big shots, but still they could manage to do as it is expected, and the bowlers of Jeppiar is still struggling. That's something, brings a different breakthrough here. They're utilizing this test cricket to the fullest. Omega, it seems. Of course, it's too early to predict, a lot more to go. But still, as of now, it's a good domination from Omega. That's in there. Good stop over there. Said that in the middle. It's always interesting to watch a full day game, because it'll always take you into psychological trauma, psychological, emotions. Whatever you expect, sometimes it might not happen. And the liberations and the kind of comebacks that the teams are giving, be impressive to watch. Oh, this guy's leg side batting has been impressing me a lot. Arjun and his leg side batting, his hands are very fluent while facing leg side deliveries, and that's why he's one of the rarest LBW candidates, because of his head position. He's trying to be watching the ball really well with his head position. Sometimes most of the batters, they'll just watch the ball in a mid-off point of view, and they couldn't tilt their heads toward the leg side when the ball is coming onto stumps, and that's the reason plenty of runouts will be happening. But Arjun is having a beautiful head position and leg side batting technique, using his wrist perfectly. It's another beautiful running between the wickets. This is what I've been speaking about in the initial phase of the innings. Running between the wickets brings up confidence into two factors. The one would be like, the best place to spend the time in the wicket is at the non-striker's end for a batsman. So he'll be spending a lot of time, breathing a lot of time, and getting adapted to the situation. And the second factor is, when you rotate the strike for a while, the understanding between you and your partner will get increased. That's another important factor which will improve your psychological confidence. And that's another reason. It's been too windy here. Of course, fast bowlers for bowling. Sometimes, windy conditions offer a proper swing, and that swing, you're going to utilize it to the fullest. But in most of the times, white ball cricket will react a lot for wind moments. You can't expect that impact in red ball cricket. For 0 Omega Nios. Just choosing, sometimes when you have such a skill, you just make your videos, your net practice or your batting as a video and watch it all over the day. It's always a joy to watch a beautiful batting. It's a God-gifted skill to the batters. And of course, the trainings by the cricket coaches, everything matters a lot. Everything comes into play. And look at the skill set. If I have that skill set, I'll be really happy to, watch my own gameplay. At him. Slightly, this guy is becoming a show stealer now from Jaisimha. 39. Back into the game, the final session of the day. After the tea break, no, like after the lunch break, we saw some batting distractions going on. Nine for 0, starting off with the left arm spinner. Of course, we saw some three bowlers bowling together, but this has nothing to do with what exactly they are trying to do. Because all the getting another couple of runs on the board here. That goes for the boundary. Omega Nios are in a beautiful run feast today. Time and the effort that the first batters, the Jeppiar Matriculation, tried to score 162. It's going to be pretty much easier task for Omega Nios. It seems like two different teams playing at two different conditions together. There have been a lot of advantages here for Omega Nios just because of bat doing. Apart from that, what's most important is the way how we are going to come back in this game, because it's not mandatory that whatever the partnership they may build, even Jeppiar built some partnership in the middle. Omega came back with a comeback. Look at them. Like this, you might be having the best times are yet to come, and try out for that, get the job done. As of now, 44 for 0 after 10 Omega Nios. Seems like there is a new bowler, if I'm not wrong. Seems like a spinner into the attack at both the ends. There has been a silly point fielder and a slip fielder standing over there, and the rest of the fielders have been splitted off just because the aggressive intent of the batters just triggers them to place the fielders as defensive as possible. Sachin the bowler, I love Sachin the bowler also, because Sachin did so many things as a bowler too, which is very much underrated. I think he have picked up 200 plus wickets for Team India, if I'm not wrong. Such a great bowler. Defended 6 runs in the last over against South Africa. Almost closer. A leg spinner into the game. This is what I've been speaking about. As long as you try some new things into the crease, as long as a new bowler coming into the crease, there may be a chances of picking up an important wicket, because batters might be, well adapted to the regular bowlers. So if any new bowlers came into the crease, there might be a desperation, or there might be a time to get the adaptation. That change can bring us a wicket. Jeppiar are on right track now. All they need is a partnership break here. Not sure what is going to be the batting depth of Omega, but as long as they restrict the partnerships, Jeppiar can be on the top of this game. Oh, that's almost closer. Look here, the same Jaisimha is struggling here against this bowler Sachin, and that's why you have to try all of your major bowlers. Like the way I said, Owen Morgan tried all of his spinners when he played at Chepak. That's one set of giving up an impact in the initial breakthrough. Power play is pretty much important in T20 cricket. Likewise, first 1 hour of play is important in Test cricket. You have to try on that. Well left over there. Now I have to take a look back at Arjun, how Arjun is going to survive against Sachin, or how Arjun is going to tackle against Sachin. Because we saw Jaisimha a bit of stumbling over there. This is clear-cut convention. Brings the end of this over. Just a single in the door. 45 for 0 Omega Nios. Kaushik be the new bowler. It's been the 5th bowler today. $45 for 0. Seems like another leg into the attack, trying to put some pressure on the batsman. It seems like Jaisimha's not feeling much comfortable playing against the leg spinners. Like the way he played against the left arm spinner, he enjoyed playing against the left arm spinner. But when it comes to leg spinner, that's a bit of confusions, struggling. Look at that gentle push over there. No chance of a single. And no chance. Almost closer. $45 for 0 Omega Nios. Another single over there. 5 for 0 after 12 overs. Arjun and Jaishima slowly setting up the platform. One batsman being the strike rotator and the other batsman attacking all the bowlers. Now Sachin versus Jaishima. Just a single over there. Operating leg spinners with both the ends, taking some risk factors over there, using their prime time bowlers, going all over against these batters. They've been 56 not out together. Of course, partnerships and strike rotations are the key factors of a successful batting display, and these guys are doing both. No doubt on that, especially when they bowl fast bowlers. They really enjoyed playing fast bowlers. Now it may be a bit of struggling phase because spinners are not that much easier to enjoy and play. You have to stretch yourself, you have to be conscious, and you have to watch the ball till the end. There were plenty of difficulties to play against the spinners. Singing over that. Look at the current run rate and the required run rate. I'm not sure how required run rate is going to impact this game, since it is a test cricket format. But look at that, the fast they are scoring runs, 4.56. The beautiful run rate. It seems like an ODI run rate. Oh, that's a juicy full toss. That's for the single. Having the complete control over it. This is something Will's a quality batter because he had the opportunity to go for the slog shots, but didn't go for the slog shots, having some complete control over the bowler, and that's why he's still surviving. Jaishima. Leaving the ball over there, Arjun and Jaishima, one of the beautiful partners to watch out for. Jaishima enjoys his own brand of cricket, and Arjun accompanies him. Another full toss, this time punished severely by the batsman. This time it's not Jaishima, it's Arjun punishing it off for the boundary covers. It's a beautiful batting display. Bit of stumbling over there, been speaking for a while, past couple of 80 overs, and words are getting some refreshment. That's why some blah 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 were coming while speaking. Anyway, brings the end of this over 62 for 0. Start to the over, Kaushik B. Didn't get the momentum right, but the captain still backs the bowler. That's a good mature attempt from the captain because believing in his bowler can build his confidence. And sometimes, some best spinners too gives a lot of runs in their first over, and then they'll be coming back to bowl really well in the second over. We saw that happening. I won't say it's a superstition or I won't say it's a myth. It's just something that regularly happens. That's it. Off-righted one through the covers. No chance for the fielders. They'll be watching the ball going for the 2 because it's a good save from the fielder. Another couple of runs on the board. Stop over there. Friday Road gone for the slog sweep over there. Beautiful sixer again. This guy is majestic today. Jaishima. You gotta watch his batting. He's been brilliant with the kind of skill set, especially against the leg spinner. It's the second sixer against Kaushik. This time it was a boundary. I'm sorry. But hits the nets again. Beautiful batting display. I really love the way how he's pasting his innings, just watching the ball, waiting for the right time, and placing the slog sweep for the boundary. Sorry for the tongue twisters. It's been regular non-stop commentary. Bit of tiresome for my tongue, you know. Happens in a part of the day. Sometimes in a hectic work. Jaisima continues to bowl. With the background of this fielder, he's been interrupting the camera. Oh my dear fielder, just go away from here. Okay, he went away from that. Brings the end of this over. And that's 68 for 0. Amir Kishore starts off his first over today. And that's already been enough damage done over for Jeppiar matriculation because of that beautiful half century by Jaisimha. You can look at the body language of the fielders, everyone has stumbled and everyone couldn't be able to be their original version. Some sort of disappointment, some sort of calmness in their mind just because of the unexpected start to the batting side. The first 1 hour of play belongs to the Omega and still it belongs to Omega. Problem here is the way how Arjun is accompanying this guy. Jaisimha is most important because, for example, Jaisimha at one end is fighting and the other end, you couldn't see much batters standing together, losing their wickets. Would be much interesting to watch for. But whereas these two guys, they've been staying stubborn and we've been speaking about, 1 half century from a batter. That's happening now. Jaisimha scored a half century. Desire. Oh, that's in there. Chance of the first wicket have finally fallen. Dominic Kishore brings up the breakthrough. The story of Jaisimha finally comes to an end after scoring. I would say that bit of a, great attempt over there when they try some different bowling options, they get the wicket. That's the final, Harish picked up 5 wickets today and Jaisimha gets his half century today. What else more we can watch today? Let's wait and watch. And that's a new batsman getting into the crease. Kiran Karthikeyan. What beautiful spells today for his team. Now he's with the bat to serve what he was expecting to serve. So 86 for 1, Omega Nios. Somewhere happened here. They tried all the bowlers. They tried 2 leg spinners, 2 fast bowlers, the left arm spinners. Finally, it's Dominic Kishore brings up the breakthrough here. That too, the man in form. Jaisimha lost his wicket. A beautiful innings from the batsman. One of the key innings of the day. Straight away to the new batsman. There has been a tight field set has been fit over there. Kiran Karthikeyan, one of the impressive off spinners of the day. He bowled consecutive 17 overs and more. It's not easy to bowl such overs with good consistency. He had that commitment to bowl. As well as, of course, he'll be having some commitment to bat as well. We have a duty to bat for his team. Of course, there has been a beautiful platform has been set halfway through the total set by the team batting first. Now they'll be enjoy batting these kind of vibes. Look at that. There wasn't any defensive approach in the first innings. We've seen attacking approach all over the innings. But now you've got to look at all the fielders have been spread at the boundary line. That's a kind of defensive approach even for the new batter. That's surprising because when you're bowling to Kiran Karthikeyan, you have a sweeper cover and of course you have a deep square leg, you have a long on. What's the kind of mindset and approach this could be? Because you have to attack the new bowler, right? New batter, right? That's going to be an impactful story. Psychologically, it should work for you. Things and stuff like that. Anyway, end of this over 87 for 1. Kiran Karthikeyan on strike. Mohan bowls new batter and he is easily rotating the strike just because of the sweeper cover fielder. I feel that they have to be attacking to the new batters. For Arjun it was okay, but it's a time for Jeppiar to get back into this game because they picked up the most important wicket of the day and now it's time for them to not giving enough fit to the other batters, to the rest of the batters to go with the same flow what Shima had. It's a beautiful delivery. Change of weather here, it's been hot now. As of now, it's a dim climate, it's a breezy climate. Now it's a regular evening at Chennai. Bit of hot, attacking hotter humidity. It's an enjoyable hot condition. Alright for the paddle sweep over there. Not sure whether he got the connection or not, but eventually it went for the boundary. Welcome boundaries here for the batting side. Good boundaries over there. Arjun is getting serious here. As long as the batsman sits over, sir, is going to be a dangerous sign. It's a shout over there. That's a plain shout over there. Everyone knows it's turning down the leg. I'd love to appreciate the energy of these cricketers. They spend time throughout the day in the wicket, in the pitch. Especially Arjun. Oh, that's a beautiful gap picking over there. No man were standing over there. Fielder chasing the ball. No chance for him going for the boundary. Beautiful stroke making from Arjun. Look at that. No man was standing over there. Best way to pick up the shot. That's 100 up here for the batting side. Omega Nios. Dominic Kishore continues to bowl his last ball of the over, which brings us into 5 runs of the over. That's 1-0, 1 for 1. Omega Nios. 1-0, 1 for 1. Now just 62 runs required to win this game in 420 deliveries. It's too high of a thought process. And you have a new bowler into the attack. The batsman impressed me. One of the batsmen to impress me a lot. Sarvajit with the ball. Was ready to, get impressed again. Let's wait and watch what Sarvajit is going to give us. It's just surprising. A different kind of bowler. We never see such an action so far today. Interesting to watch out for Sarvajit. He's having a great future, kind of batting display he's having. But all of a sudden, without comparing, if you could say, Jaisimha is such a quality batter. Not just because he scored half century, it's just a decision that I made ever since he scored his second boundary of the day. That shot against the left arm spinner. It really showed the quality of how a batter he evolved himself, the maturity of a batter. Everything works really well. Sarvajit continues to bowl. Most Chinaman of the day. Interesting to see such a kind of, great talents. No ball given by the umpire here. No ball given. Unfortunate for the bowler. Starting off with the first and second balls, and that's been a no ball. Come back here. This is a different angle, you have to get practiced, or you have to get used to left arm Chinaman bowlers, or else it will be really tough when you face them for the first time. Just keep that in mind. It can be a troublesome factor again. Silent single over that. What's most important is, the way how these guys are improving their run rate. The 60 runs required of 408 deliveries. This is one of the crucial games of this tournament. People have been waiting for this game, and this has been a 2-day game. Had a lot of chances to bat on, but what's the problem here is they have got enough space to bat really well, but couldn't make the impact on that. That's most important. It's not about comparing. Every team have their own ideology, but the ideology of these guys, that's a man standing over there, just a single. Omega are pretty clear and advanced, and that's why they're having that advantage of scoring runs. Well, even in the morning we spoke a lot about that England cricket team ideology on Test cricket, because in a longer format they're trying to attack the bowlers. We saw someone like Joe Root scooping the ball in Test cricket. That's the brand of cricket that they are trying to produce. And we spoke about, when Jeppiar played into the different brand of cricket, I thought that, okay, they're following the tradition. But whereas look at these guys, Omega, exactly following the way how the English cricket are playing the Test cricket. This is going to be the future. The longer formats are going to be hurry-burry batting formats. Of course, they're going to play for 5 days, but the 5 days scores might be differing hereafter. And finding the gap again, easy width to the batsman. Invitation ball got for the boundary. The bowler's point of view, just go away for a boundary to me. And that's the point of view. Goes for the boundary again. Which brings the end of this over. 8 runs of the over. It's 1-0, 9 for 1. Back after the break. It's 54 runs required of 4 on 4 deliveries. The ball's counts were not matters. Sarvajit, yes. Oh, that's a late cut over there. Finding the gaps, fielder chasing the ball. Another boundary over there. Easy pickings for the batsman. I thought it was going to be a dart ball or going to be a single. Never thought it would go for the boundary. That's a beautiful stroke making. Kiran Karthikeyan, who's been impressive so far today. One of the quality bowlers I've seen today, Kiran Karthikeyan, the way how Harish intellectually bowled the bowling. And of course, the batting of captain of the side scored a half century, the only man to score half century today. And of course, Dominic Kishore bowled really well. Surabjit bowled really well. Arjun is batting really well. So many quality cricketers, good talents were there. Left arm spinners, Mukundan. He's been one of the prime bowlers of Omega. 3 for 1. Just 50 runs required to win this game. Arjun is still on crease. Just look at the card behind the batsman. In front of that, there's a table over there that I was sitting and doing this commentary for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bharat Sivalingam here. Check it out, Crick Coral in YouTube. Cricket plus Coral, Crick Coral. Bit more about me. And in Instagram too. More than players, the parents of the kids. I love the way how they are, nurturing the kids' future and their own decisions. It's always good to see, just letting your kids go on what they exactly wanted to do. And that's the exact result, We saw two quality cricketers, too many quality cricketers. Jai Simha, what a quality batting he's having. And of course, this guy Arjun, this kind of patience, it's completely under discipline. Kishore continues to bowl. That shot, we'll get the connections properly. So far 5 runs of it over. They might be eyeing on to finish this game as quick as possible. Within an hour or within a 45 minutes of span. Oh, that's a short ball given enough width over there. And that finds the gap between these two fielders, square leg and mid-on fielder. But there were a long run to chase down the ball. No chance of a boundary. Good stop over there. And a couple of runs on the board to end this over. After 22 overs, it's 1-1-6 for 1. Omega. One 6 for 1 Omega. And the Chinaman continues to bowl. Not a chance of the run out. We're running between the wickets. It's been a beautiful day here. All the team cricketers, not just single day, that's going to decide your future or that's going to describe you completely. Some batters might not, scored well today. Some bowlers might not perform well today. That doesn't mean you're under quality. The day doesn't belong to you. That's how you have to take the day, and you have to, just keep smiling and forget about the game when you get back to home. Have fun with your parents, do your homeworks, and get back to the cricket field again and perform like a rock star. That's what most important to all the kiddos watching this commentary. And of course, those who performed well, congratulations to all of them. But don't take your success to your head. Of course, your coach will teach you better than me. Beautiful stroke making. Even for that single, it had a quality impact. Beautiful way of approaching the bowler. For most instances, like sometimes we might think that things were under control, we're doing things rightly. Some other day your performance might be completely go wrong. Some of the batters, played today could have scored century on the other day, could have taken 5 wickets on the other day, but today doesn't belong to them. And some of the batters like Rajashimma had a very good day today. The venue supported them, the track supported them, and the full day format actually gave them a lot of liberty to do whatever they wanted to do. And that finds the gap again, goes through the covers, beautiful push over the region. 3 fielders chasing down the ball, and that is a good stop over there again. And a couple of runs on the board. Good stop over there. Jeppiar fielders are always on track, they've been doing things perfectly. The 42 runs to win this game. End of 23 overs. 1-2-2 for 1. That's a wicket fall here. Arjun, after scoring beautiful 41 runs, that's caught behind. Dominic Kishore brings up another breakthrough here. For Jeppiar matriculation, Omega Nios losing another wicket in the middle now. 41 of 70 deliveries. A beautiful batting display comes to an end. Celebrations were going on here. At the end phase of this innings, now just another couple of runs required, some 41 runs required to win this game. At this point of time, these guys are trying to do something in the middle. The Jeppiar matriculation. Yes, there is a new batsman here, Rajkumar, the new batsman. And Dominic Kishore is in good touch, He's trying to bring some breakthrough for his side. But the other bowlers supporting him today. Everything is today. That's why I'm mentioning the word again and again. Because it's not everyday's results. It's today, some cricketers couldn't perform well. Some cricketers, got the punishment from the coaches. Everything happens to be a part of the game. Because in teens, everything you do is a learning curve. Especially the one who's going to do a lot of mistakes in the teens are going to be the better cricketer, because there has been a lot of messages they could be learning. So enjoy doing mistakes, enjoy failures and losses. Another couple of runs on the board, good rushing in between the wickets. Oh my god, what a bit of confusions over there. And the way how he feared when the fielder is throwing the ball towards stumps. Great stuff over there. And that's why, Kiran Karthikeyan is having a bit of desperation to finish the game as quick as possible. It's getting dim light here. The weather is, breezy here. Not sure how long the sunlight is going to sustain. So keeping that in mind, he's trying to consolidate the innings as quick as possible. Another couple of runs needed, no doubt, and the 39 runs required to win this game. In 398 deliveries. Balls doesn't matter. In case if the game couldn't be able to finish today, there might be a continuing session tomorrow. But there won't be a chance for that. It seems like they're trying to finish. It's an easy delivery missed by the batsman. Rajkumar could have been punished easily. Anyway, it's up to the decision of the batter because he's new to the crease. He might be expecting to spend some time on the crease. Everything is valuable according to the decision of the batter. The difference to end is over. 124 for 2, Omega Nios. Kiran Karthikeyan taking on Sachin into the attack. Not the Chinaman again, it's the leg spinner against a right-handed batsman. That's a typical way of deciding the bowlers over there. And looking at the field, it's as a slip fielder over there. The wicketkeeper releasing his bats, it seems. There is a backward point fielder, extra covers much closer to the batsman, long off, sweeper cover, long on, and a square leg fielder in the deep. I'm not sure what's the name of the long off fielder. Can I know? Placed the ball here, Sachin. So back foot for single. I love the way how the captain of Jeppiar rotating the fielders because he exactly knows where the batsman is going to hit the ball and placing the fielder over there. The only drawback today for the captain or the coach would be the amount of runs scored by them. They would have never expected these kind of starts from someone like Rajashima, a quick for opening partnership with someone like the other guy. Then it would be a pressurizing total because 162 is a kind of T20 total nowadays. And there comes the confusion. They might be thinking about picking the early breakthroughs as quick as possible but couldn't do that. And that's why they are in vain now. And I could see some desperation over Kiran Karthikeyan's mindset just looking at the climatic conditions, seems like another half an hour is going to be bright, then it will be a dark climate, so they have to finish the game as quick as possible. And a couple of deliveries to end this over. That was good bowling here from Sachin, just one run of the over. And one more ball to go to end this over. Rajkumar still finding his rhythm. Just new to the crease, spending some time on the crease. Oh, that's a misfield. Never expected that to happen. And the single to end this over. 1-2-6 for 2. Omega Nios. Dominic Kishore continues to bowl here. Can we see another breakthrough from this guy because he's having that wicket-taking knack today? I won't call it a luck factor, but some magics will start to happen for some cricketers at some day. And this is such a day for Dominic Kishore. It's very much because, things are completely getting out of hands for the bowling side. The Jeppiar matriculation. And again, I'm just completing the statement that this is today. In case if they play on the other day, there might be different results. As of today's performance, Omega are having far better performance. So far, of course. Bowling round the wicket, Dominic Kishore. Oh, catches the call. With the connections, but a good stop over there. Spent a lot of time, Kiran Karthikeyan. He was bowling a lot of short balls, could have been punished easily because almost all the fielders were standing inside the circle. This is, a right time to attack the bowler. Look at that, bowling again shorter length deliveries. Could have been an easy picking for the batters, Some loose deliveries are not getting punished over here for Dominic Kishore. 36 runs required to win this game. Last ball of this over. Oh, it's a beautiful bowling. You can't blame this ball anyway. 127 for 2 Omega Nios. Or 27 for 2. Sachin continues to bowl. Are trying to attack the bowler. Trying to get some time on the crease. These guys, Rajkumar and Kiran Karthikeya, bowling round the wicket. Round the wicket has been a troublesome factor for them. They couldn't attack the leg spinner when they're trying to bowl round the wicket. We saw that happening for Dominic Kishore. Now for Sachin. Just slowing down the pace of the innings, Kiran Karthikeya and Rajkumar. This is one of the important games of the tournament. For both the sides, of course. The Rotary Club Serenity presenting such a big, long format game between these two schools. It will really work better because the understanding of the game will give more clarity for them if they start to play test crickets at age of 13, 14 or 17. Of course, there were times when teams got to be selected for Team India, but today the conditions were different and the pressure was different, especially the competitions were different. So there were so many steps to promote for the height. You have to wait for that. Patience is the only key that can take you to the destination. The dot ball, beautiful bowling. Tears were going on everywhere. Last ball of the over, just 3 runs of the over. Gut feeling says that this ball is going to go for the boundary. Travers for the shot, and that is going for the boundary. The commentator scores works here. 7 runs of the over, 134 for 2 Omega Nios. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Dominic Kishore continues to bowl. Good understanding, good running between the wickets, between both the batters. Oh my god, I'm missing my grammar, I'm missing my flow. The tongues were twisting away just because, they continue to speak again and again and again. You might be running out of words and your tongue starts to twist. Things like that happens. Just forgive me. Oh, good stop over there. Tried his best the fielder, but good running between the wickets. Greater understanding between the batters. That's most important for them. It's a big semi-final game. Jeppiar versus Omega. 27 runs to win this game. Oh, steps out. Goes for the stroke over there for single. Chilly weather here. We are enjoying the weather because it's not hot, it's not regular Chennai day, and it's Friday, especially a weekend celebration will be starting on for the IT people. Chennai defends IT nowadays because at a point of time it is considered to be the automobile headquarters of Chennai. The nickname for Chennai is Detroit of Chennai. That's just because Detroit is a city which is the city for the automobiles industry in America. Ah, that's a slog sweep. What a beautiful stroke. What a beautiful stroke that was. Goes for the boundary, no chance for the fielders. They'll be watching the ball racing towards offense. Kiran Karthikeya is trying to attack Dominic Kishore, the wicket-taking bowler. Oh, come on, that doesn't matter for me. I'll just go and attack the bowler. That's the kind of intensity the batter is having against the bowler. This is not something they've been targeting to go for, because every time when they face a leg spinner, there have been more slog sweeps are going. Bit of extra bounce over there. Just pitched over the grass area. That's the reason. Brings the end of this over. 1-4, 1 for 2. 22 runs required to win this game. Trying to rotate the strike over there. Not over there, over fine leg. It's a layman's commentary point of view over there. And if you want to say it technically, over fine leg. Any term is fine, as long as the viewers are getting to understand it. I know that the mothers might be proud of their kids, the mothers might be enjoying their kids scoring really well, but that doesn't mean that mothers have to know what is fine leg, right? Of course, if there are any mothers connect with the emotion, just mention it in the comment box. Because sometimes, dads join with the kiddos and says that, okay, this is coy, like this is fine, like they'll be forming up as a team and starts to, just troll us that you doesn't know any technical word about the game. If you face similar kind of situation, every mother at home faces the kind of situation. Because of the craze for cricket for every man having. We used to ask, right? Mothers used to ask, like, should I know where is fine leg? Whether it's boundary, whether it's sixer, it's sixer. And that's a genuine emotion. You have to accept that. And 44 for 2. Game is going to reach the climax. Let's count who are all going to have gulab jamuns in their homes today. Harish picking up 5 wickets. The other guy, the one half century and the captain of the side, going to have a sweet today. Of course, every cricketer should be given a sweet because it's not easy to play a one-day game. They need to have a lot of fitness, a lot of practice, stamina, the most importantly. Because sometimes, guys at the age of 25 couldn't be able to withstand such a big pressure and temperature. And these kiddos are doing that. Another couple of runs on the board. packing up things as quick as possible. Sachin couldn't stop things happening. It's a full toss delivery. And that brings the end of this over. Just 15 runs to win this game. 148 for 2. Sure continues to bowl. Kiran Karthikeyan and Rajkumar holding the partnership in the middle after the two openers set the platform beautifully. It's a genuine single. The best place to rotate the strike is long off when you play a leg spinner or left arm spinner. For off spinner it would be long on. And for fast bowler who bowls a lot of bouncers, let's go with the third man with the complete control over him. Try to bowl some Yorker here. Dominic Kishore fighting back at one end. The rest of the team, I won't say they couldn't be. Just trying hard, but things were not happening as expected. Get the connections over there. Trying hard here, Rajkumar. I think he's having some tricks over the Dominic Kishore, because even though if he bowled some loose deliveries, the batters were not attacking it. Look at that. Getting enough width over there. I think the ball was getting onto the wicketkeeper's hands. No time to play on the back foot. No time to play the late cut. There is a little slip fielder. You can't slide the ball towards the third man region. Good piece of approaching this game here. It's another dot ball. Just a single run of this over. 149 for 2. And 49 for 2. 30 overs up. If will score for a 30 over game. Still yet to go, just because they lost just 2 wickets. They have a lot of batsmen to explore. But there is a fast bowler, Sarvesh, back into the attack. Can't go for the single. Good stop over there. I think the intention of Kiran Karthikeyan is to rotate the strike, it seems, rather than going to finish these games, just 14 more runs, 2 sixes and 2 runs, enough to win this game. But it's not easy to attack bowlers like Sarvesh. They've been bowling really well. They had some good body language over there. And look at the way how he releases the ball. Gives the complete conclusion. Look at that. Giving his 100% over there. Sarvesh the bowler. Couple of dot balls, back-to-back dot balls here for Omega Nios. They'll be continuing to bowl here, Sarvesh. Steps out, glided it towards the fine leg, trying to go for the second runs, and a couple of runs on the board. But just 12 runs to win this game. In a shorter note, it's 2 sixers to win this game. Good numbers here, Sarvesh. 3 overs, 6 runs. Additional 2 runs in this over. Just a single over there. 11 more runs required to win this game. Things are getting easier. Things are getting trickier. We spoke a lot of topics today. We spoke a lot about parenting. We spoke a lot about the kiddos and their interest towards the game. Parents supporting the game. We spoke a lot about meditation. We spoke a lot about spirituality. Because everything comes under when you take a long goal or approaching a long journey. And it's been a beautiful day watching these school kids playing the game of cricket, and the way how they're enjoying their game, the way how they are showing their confidence, discipline, hard work, everything comes into play. I just want to wish all the kiddos and all the best for the future, because it's gonna be the last few couple of minutes in this game. Thanks for joining with me. This is Bharat Sivalingam, commentator. If you want to know more about me, just search Crick Kural in Instagram and YouTube. Cricket Crick and Kural voice. So Kural, Crick Kural. If you search that, you'll get to know about me, and you can contact me on Instagram. We'll have a lot of chat about, I just want the parents to chat with me. I just want to know what made them to decide to send their kids to cricket, that believing factor. I just wanted to know about those regions. So just keep in touch with me. It's been a beautiful memory of doing my commentary here today. Hope you have enjoyed the commentary. There's 9 runs to win this game. Sarvesh got to bowl his last ball of this over. It's been a beautiful stroke just for the single. When you have a sweeper cover fielder, you can just score a single over there. End of this over, 8 more runs required to win this game. Dominic Kishore continues to bowl here. Omega Nios at 155 for 2. Good rotation of the strike over there. 47 more runs to win this game. Whether it's going to be a winning sixer or it's going to be a partial scoring of 1s and 2s to win this game. Let's wait and watch. Tom Kishore with the ball. Or can we see a 3rd wicket for this guy? Chances were that the ball was in there, but lands in a no man's land and travels far away from them. They could easily get a couple of runs over there. And a 2 over there. Now, of course, just 5 more runs to win this game. Just a 6er to win this game in a short note. Rajkumar on strike. It's turning over that. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the trick this guy is having? Every time when this guy bowls, everybody feels the pressure. Dominic Kishore. Tried something cheeky. I think this is already a poor delivery. Invited the batsman to go towards the fine leg. Some premeditations will take out the opportunity that already is there for you. So wait for your opportunity. Or step out and smash the ball through the straight direction. These are all the 2 options you have. That's given a lot of with full toss delivery. Couldn't get the connection better. Look at his disappointments. Couldn't meet it in the middle of the bat. And that's just 4 runs required to win this game. That's through the covers, finds the gap. Good try from the fielder. Beautiful try from that fielder. And that reaches the fence for the boundary. Brings this game to an end here. That Omega Nios are winning this game by 8 wicket difference, with being a batting dominant inning so far here with just 32 overs. Look at the scorecard difference here, 162 for 10. The team batting first, Jeppiar matriculations, whereas Omega, who won the toss, decided to bowl first, easily winning this game and promoting to the next level. Kiran Karthikeyan, 33 not out, winning this game for Omega. Congratulations to the batting side. And of course, hard luck for the bowling side. Both the sets have gave equal platform, equal kind of fight. End of the day, it's gonna be a joy watching these kind of kiddos showing their full talent, credibility, the discipline and hard work. All the very best to all the kiddos. And this is Bharat Sivalingam signing off here. Thank you so much.